Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and you might see that I have a stack of boxes on my bench, because I do. Also, let's see who we have in the chat. We have Frank S. Hi, Frank. We have Jack68K. Hey, you're second. We have Sloopy Malibu. We have Gupbomb. We have Retro Mac UK. Welcome. We have Eric's Edge. Hi, Eric. We have DJ Craze. Yay. And we have Francois. Yes, I'm glad Gutbomb's here because one of the items in this pile... Oh, and we have Jesse. Hi, 8386SX. Welcome. Yes, one of the items in this pile was recommended to me by Gutbomb. We'll get to what this pile is just in a moment. But first, let's see, announcements. All right, I've got a coffee goal. Links in the description. I am working on my Cheap PC Challenge entry video. Quick update on that. I did find my MS-DOS 622 discs. So the video will contain an attempt at DOS 6.22. I won't spill the beans as to whether it was successful or not. And, oh, hi, Sorcerer Stan. Welcome. All right, and now we are going to go to everybody's favorite game show, Wheel of Regret. Yes, of course, oh, okay. I'm gonna have to be careful here because I may have forgotten to cover a few addresses up here, but anyways. Oh, hi, Trina. Welcome. There's probably no secret as to where these lovely items came from, and I don't know if I'm an actual winner or not. But yes, don't forget to smash that like button. But we are going to look at some of my potential regrets. Sad Mac has it. Stuff from eBay. The place where Justin buys things he later regrets. Yep, that's it. So, what do we have on the pile of regrets, or potential regrets? We have, as Jesse has noticed, a Mac Store hard drive. We have, and I can't turn this over because the seller just slapped the shipping label onto the good side of the box. We have a, well, let me see if I can, oh, there we go. We've got a Mad Dog Multimedia Power Supply. This will go along with my Mad Dog Multimedia sound card that I haven't tested yet. Oh, maybe I should have put it on the pile of regrets. Potential regrets. We have, well, we have a priority mailbox. We have an optical drive that I bought for the IBM PC that I worked on, but actually, I think this is almost the exact CD-ROM that needs to go in my first PC rebuild. It's 20 speed instead of 16 speed, but I think it's the one I've been looking for other than it's 20 speed instead of 16 speed. Yes, and Gutbomb is sending me a Mad Dog Multimedia CD-ROM drive, so I am going to do a Mad Dog Multimedia build. So that means I need to somehow find Ooh, it looks like they made some ATA 133 cables. And, ooh, they made fans. So I'm going to have to at least find these. And I think they even made video cards. Oh, also, let's see. I've got a CompuServe CD-ROM finally. CompuServe 2000. 100 hours free. All new. Oh, and the entire internet. We're going to put that to the test to see if the entire internet's on this CD. Yeah. And we have 2 more boxes. We've got this upside down box because the shipping label's on the other side. This box came from the same seller as one of the other items I've already shown. And then we have this priority mailbox here that has stickers on all the sides that say, "Please handle with care, fragile, thank you." And yes, the post office handled it with care, all right. Yes, I know. I'm going to break the seal on this. I'm going to have to, so. All right, and what are we going to use? Okay, so the item in this box on the bottom is unfortunately not MS-DOS related, so we're only going to open it because the box is smashed. I'll test it tomorrow. Everything else, I'm going to pull a computer on the bench and we'll see if it works. So, all right, well, let me carefully, see, that I can open upside down. This one, I don't know if I can open it upside down, so let me find something to block the label with. Of course. I can't. Oh, okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go ahead and break the seal on the box and then open the flaps, and then we'll take it the rest of the way out. All right. Hold, please, while I look for a thing that cuts. Because it would appear as if... That's weird. Oh, there it is. All right. Oh, hey! We have Any Bit Fever Dreams. Oh, and we have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. I think I might be having a fever dream right now. All right. Okay. I'll have this box on the bench here in a moment. Oh, all right. So this box comes to us all the way from Pasadena, California, I believe. And actually, I was kind of surprised it already arrived because I think I bought it on Christmas. So I will give them props on promptly mailing it. And it probably arrived because it came priority mail. Also, they used a flat rate box, and that was probably a good thing because all these packing peanuts would have certainly tipped the scale. All right. Oh, hey, welcome. Thank you, Sorcerer Stan. All right. Thank you, Sorcerer Stan says a late Merry Christmas. All right. Well, I'll put that to good use. Right. I'm halfway to my goal. All right. All right. Well, this is probably going to give away what's in the box, but well, it's the first thing I got to. I've kind of been looking for something like this. I don't know if it works, but I want to put tape over that prom. Yes, that is a clone Apple II disc controller. And it has, copyright MicroSci 1981. Yes, I'm probably fairly sure that if I dump that ROM, I'm not going to find Apple's code on it. Also, I'm being silly. So, what am I risking? Yeah, I love the font for Drive 1 and Drive 2. I did too. Oh, but wait, there's more in this box. Not only did I get packing peanuts for days, oh, I'm trying to keep the packing peanuts in the box. That is not working so well. All right. So not only did I get a disc controller card, I got not one, but two. Two of these. ProDOS won't run on the clone, not without some tomfoolery. So these are. Adam will probably join as like, oh, that's neat. I've got 13 of them or something like that. Well, I'm trying to open these without cutting the ribbon cable. Oh, hey, Javier. All right, so are Super 5 drives from EN or LN or something, I guess EN, Enterprise Company Limited, Tokyo, Japan. So how appropriate, my Apple II clone was made in Japan. And the neat thing is, these have write protect jumpers. So I could actually set these drives to write protect any disk I insert, even if there's no tab on it, or to override it, but I wouldn't want to do that. So, along with my clone Disk 2 controller, I have 2 clone Apple drives, and they'll be for my Apple II Plus clone. So yeah. So that'll go nice along with my clone Saturn memory upgrade board that came with it. And, well, actually, I'm probably going to put the Z... Well, if I can get a clone 80 column card for the computer, then I'll probably put the Z80 card back in it. Otherwise, I'll put the Z80 card on my Apple IIe, because you do need the 80 column card to run CPM. But yeah. Oh, hi, Jim's Retro Stuff. Welcome. Yep, so for those of you that just joined, we're playing the game Wheel of Regret. So inspired because it's the 7 o'clock hour and Wheel of Fortune comes on at 7 o'clock. But so anyways, there we go. This will be for my Apple II Plus clones. There's the clone disk controller card. If I can find... Well... Alright. I'll find some better tape to put over it, but at least now that I won't break the internet by not putting something over the window. Alright, so we're not going to test that tonight. Alright, so the next item is... It's a Mac Store. 71670AP. The same model as was in my first PC. Will it work? Will it not? Well, we'll have to test it. Jim's Retro Stuff says, Ghosts of Projects Past. Potentially. Potentially. All right. So, so this I'm actually going to test tonight. Along with, well, I guess this optical drive. Anyways, this looks like the one I had in my first PC, except it had a 16X Max here. But since this was pulled from an IBM, of course IBM went for no printing, but this is also a 20-speed drive, but it's close enough unless I can find the actual... I suspect the one I had was a model 616A. But this is totally an A-open drive. Alright. Now this... Oh, excellent. Nice, they sent me an IDE cable. I was not expecting that. That will come in handy because I am running short of IDE cables that don't have key pins, and excellent, this one doesn't have key pins. So what is this? Well, you might notice a trend here. Yes, this is another A-open drive, but this one's a 32 speed. also pulled out of an IBM. This one, if it works, will be for my IBM PC 350. So I didn't want it to not have a CD-ROM drive, so that's why I bought that one. I think the seller made me an offer, and I accepted it. All right, so this one here is a... All right, I'm going to see if I can remove the shipping label so we can take a look at the front artwork. Because they just slapped the shipping label on the box. Which I wish they didn't, but considering I'm going to use this for a build, it's okay. All right, we have a Mad Dog Multimedia Sure Power 250 watt power supply. So yeah, we'll I'll probably go ahead and test this tonight. So if it doesn't work, but it looks like someone bought it and sent the rebate in and then never opened it. I'm wondering if maybe some store had that free after rebate or something. Or it could be like some parts my uncle gave me. The person bought it to obviously build a computer, and then they promptly put a bunch of stuff in storage, and, well, he eventually got the storage lot. All right. And last but not least, we might have the regret. All right, I'm trying not to show my address that's on the flap here, but there's one piece of paper. There's two pieces of paper. I'm actually going to laugh if my invoice is one of these. And, yes, we have the zip drive that someone has helpfully labeled zip drive so that we remember what it is. Yes, yes, yes. Even though it says on the front. So I have, should be a Zip 250 a tappy. Oh. Oh, okay. This might get the privilege of airing out. Woo! Okay. Oh yeah. Yes, that was kind of them to use 3 pieces of paper and to label zip drive on it, and to seal it in a plastic bag so that it wouldn't have a couple days to air out on the way here, because this was in a smoker's PC. All right, now, did they even bother printing the packing slip? Oh, that's a blank piece of paper. That's a blank piece of paper. Oh, shocker. That's a blank piece of paper. Actually, Jesse, I could use a few more zip drives. Because I've had bad luck buying zip drives. There are so many eBay sellers that don't know how to pack them. Yeah, and I think I just demonstrated that. Because last week I received one, and it never made it to the channel because of how broken it was when it arrived. All right, this is actually the first thing I'm going to test. And, you know, I forgot to grab a zip disk upstairs. All right, let me go get a zip disk I don't care about, because this drive might eat it. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, the whole thing that started me ordering zip drives was I got to replace the one that's in my beige G3 desktop. I think more and more than I realized, the G3 desktop actually belongs in that corner at the moment. Because it wouldn't cooperate for Will It DOS. But its original zip drive was... Well, I haven't actually tried to open it to see what's wrong with it, because they're not exactly repairable. And by not exactly repairable, the answer really probably is no, they're not repairable. But it seems like the drive that was in that G3 desktop is corroded inside of it. Let's just say that I disposed of the zip disk that I put in that zip drive and marked the original zip drive do not use ever again. So actually, this is the first project that I'm pulling on the bench, which I'm also going to use to test all these wonderful new eBay goodies to see if they are regrets or not. So, yeah, as far as my G3 desktop goes, I suspect I'm going to be, well, I know that I need a new zip drive for it. Garth sent me a floppy drive, and little did he know that that's a part that I suspected I was going to have to replace. Which, given how well the zip drive worked, I'm probably just going to replace the floppy drive, and the one Garth sent me will fit the bill. I suspect the CD-ROM drive that's in that beige desktop has probably also bit the dust. I mean, I might can open it up. They're a bit more serviceable, but oh, I think I put this in upside down. And then there's the slight matter of the logic board that the video chip seems like it's going bad, because that's why the computer would not play Will It DOS, is because the video was unstable coming out of it, at least for my capture device. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. That fits better when you put it right side up. So, this power supply, which I believe I have already tested, and that's actually probably a pretty big assumption, but I'm just going to full send it anyways, because I'm pretty sure I remember testing it. So, one of my coworkers gave me this, so. I decided that my Pentium 2 build would be just as good of a system to put this power supply in as anything else. Because the power supply I had in here is the one that I need for my Cheap PC Challenge PC, because it has PCI Express power. So this computer does not need PCI Express power. It could also do with well, I'm not sure exactly how period correct the video card that's in it is. It's like I think it's a GeForce MX400, which I guess is late for Windows 98. I'd kind of like to get a 440 MX, because I think those will work with Windows 98 too, and they're just a little better. I didn't intend this to be... I actually don't know what I want to do with this system. Other than, it's quite handy having a system like this put together that has... it can play some games. Anyways, yeah, right now I think I've got the Pentium. It's a Pentium 2 450. It has, I think, 256 megabytes of RAM. And it does have a zip drive in it, so I think that probably means I have iOmega tools installed on it. Also, the nice thing about this power supply is I can get rid of this adapter because that power supply I had in here, as you could probably imagine by it having PCI Express power, it did not have any Berg power connectors on it. So this power supply actually has plenty. Also, if I did want to put a SATA drive in here with the SATA to IDE adapter, then I'm good, because this power supply actually has 2 SATA power connectors, so I could actually get one of those SATA to IDE adapters that, like, plugs into the IDE port on the motherboard, or one that plugs into the drive. And if I get one that plugs into the motherboard, I don't need a power adapter, because the power supply has the power. Alright. Oh, okay. Well, that's a, well, that puts a wrench in my plans for this, putting this power supply in this motherboard. Because I believe that is the power connector for auxiliary PCI power. Okay, well, for now, I guess I'll keep putting it in here, because I don't have I think the only board I have that can use auxiliary PCI power has a proprietary power switch arrangement, so. Oh, the cool thing is, this power supply does have a speed sense for the fan and the power supply, so I will be sure to plug that in to the fan 1 header here. Actually, I think this power supply has 2 fans, which is nice, because the CPU does not have a fan on the heatsink. And it's not exactly something I can easily fix, because I believe this heatsink is riveted onto the processor. And quite honestly, the way they riveted them on, I think I get the impression that Intel may have riveted the heatsink on for the OEM when they assembled the processor, because the part that I think you need to drill out to remove the heatsink, I think, is on the inside of the processor. I guess that's one way to make sure the customer doesn't remove the heatsink. Now, I do remember when I worked at the computer shop, I do remember building a very small number of Pentium 2 systems. They weren't exactly popular. They were targeting the more budget-conscious customers, but we did have a few that insisted on having a Pentium 2 system. I think I do remember building maybe just a few more Pentium 3 systems. Alright, I gotta remove the... Oh, no, actually, this heatsink is actually screwed on. My bad. So, actually, I could get a Pentium 2 heatsink with a fan on it and replace it. So, I have a couple other Pentium 2 processors. The heatsink is riveted on. So, I thought that was one of them, but I think that is... I don't have a Pentium 2 heatsink with a fan on it, so... Alright. I'm having trouble plugging this into the fan connector. Okay. So I've got, there's the 3 contacts. Well, there's only 2 in the socket. Oh, wait. That's weird arranged. Oh, that's because that's, oh, that's right. The power is the middle pin. So it's got the ground reference and the speed signal. All right. There we go. No, that's not right. Nope. Oh. Oh. The pin's bent. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I think I bent the pin trying to get the header on. Although it might have been bent and I just didn't notice it because that is kind of one of those things you might not think to look at. Oh, I might have to remove the power supply to fix this. All right, I think that's right. Okay. Hey, Thomas, welcome. You caught me trying to. Oh, there we go. All right, got it in. All right, there's not. Okay. Pentium 3 does not have CPU power that was started with Pentium 4. So, don't have to plug that in. Also, I'm going to go ahead and plug in the drives, and I'll go ahead and let the system boot so that I can make sure it's working correctly before I bother replacing components to test. That is hashtag pro tip. That pro tip is brought to you free from the Don't Assume Your Retro Computer is Working Club. There's a reason why your retro computer is called retro. But yes, I am first going to make sure that the system powers up, and then I will actually start testing these components after I make sure it works. Oh, Thomas says I got a Macintosh Classic and it has Smazomac or I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Simacmac, Baba, BFRLQ. I don't know. My biology professor in college, every time he'd give the instructions for the test or exam, he'd always be like, all right, now this is biology, so I don't count for incorrect spelling as long as I can tell what you're trying to write. He was one of the adjunct professors, and this was not like biology for majors. Anyways, he was like, okay, so like if you misspell mitochondria, but I can tell that's what you spelled, then you're going to get credit for it, but don't write a BFRLQ and expect to get credit for it because you obviously didn't answer the question. And the letters he used for that example was always BFRLQ. Yeah, biology 101. All right, I do not know if the keyboard goes in the top or the bottom. Well, I guess the first test might be I plug the keyboard and mouse in and we see if we get a keyboard mouse error. If so, then I plugged them in wrong. It's not marked on the case. it's a budget case. I guess engraving keyboard and mouse ports was not possible to keep the case within the budget price. Also, I guess it's possible since it's a generic bracket. Maybe some motherboards had them in different orders, so they didn't engrave it either. As you could probably imagine by the fact that all you see is the top of the case, I can't see the chat, so I'll get to the chat in a moment. All right. Unfortunately, I have zoomed out as far as I can go. So, well, all right. So if smoke happens, well, hopefully we see it there. All right. Oh, actually, all right. Power's on. Smart outlet's on, so the power supply has power. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right. We have liftoff. We have a RAM count. Floppy drive seek. Oh. Okay, that's weird. I was expecting it to see a zip drive. Now that I look, I see the zip drive IDE cable is unplugged. So, all right. I will have to correct that and try again because I want to make sure my zip disks work. All right. But I did get the keyboard and mouse ports correct. All right, shut down. All right. Oh, I bet I unplugged the zip drive to when I removed the power supply because the cable was, well, either it was in the way or I accidentally did it. All right, we should have a zip drive now. One bit says, if you're game to do a full playthrough of XCOM UFO Defense, I'm game to watch it. I'll put that in my queue of potential games to play, along with Global Thermonuclear War. Actually, no, that one's not in my list. There. Best way of taking notes. Take a picture of the screen. Oh. A big thank you, Stan. I just see the email from Coffee, and yes, that will definitely help get a few things for the channel. So, again, thank you, Stan, for your coffee donation. All right, there we go. So it does appear as if I have one working Windows 98 system. Let me just make sure if anything's in Device Manager angry. No, it's not. I want to know if it's angry. All right, let me check to make sure I've got a working zip disk. All right, does look like I have a working zip disk. Oh. Oh, that's just the settings. All right. But that's right, because it's on the context menu. All right, let's format. Oh, we'll copy system files. Why not? Disk name, bootable. Just want to have something on the zip disk so I can test it. Oh, hey. Oh, hold on. I see I had a few people drop in the chat, and my view of the chat is obstructed. So we have Ryan of Everything is Broken Garage. Hi, Ryan. And we have Joe of Joe's Computer Museum. Hi, Joe. And Joe says, oh, and 1bit says, well done, Justin. Thank you. All right. And do I have anyone else? Oh, Thomas Armstrong says tic-tac-toe. Yeah, that's probably a safer choice. Well, Ryan, you missed Wheel of Regrets, although technically I'm still playing the game. So I have my Pentium 2 system on the bench because I needed to install a new power supply into it because I kept taking it out for other things. But I'm going to use it to test some of my latest potential regrets. So, now that I have confirmed that the computer is working, and I did this because I've watched Adrian's Digital Basement enough to know that you need to make sure your system is working before you use it to test things, because it seems like about once a month, at least, it might be just his RetroTink, but something acts up that is not the computer he's trying to fix. So yes, Adrian Black, you're probably not watching, but hey, I'm learning from you. So now that I know I've got a working zip disk, that the, I did forget. There was one other thing I need to check. All right. Oh, I guess for this, I better go to table cam because this is going to break the internet probably because this is a sealed CompuServe disk. All right. So Gutbomb found the auction for me. Oh, actually the disc has a couple scratches in it, believe it or not. I mean, it's been shuffling around against that for how many years? Let's see here. Uh-oh. That might not be good. The wrinkleness of the plastic has transferred onto the top of the disc. All right, well, let's see if it works. Because Mike Tech has his AOL discs, and I've got CompuServe. All right, I guess, folks, oh, I think I got my answer. Okay, that's annoying. No, you canceled the install, so we're going to put an icon on your desktop anyways. I don't see the entire internet on this disk. I think they lied to us. Okay, I gotta see what's... Oh! Click here to install CompuServe in Canada. Click here to install CompuServe in the UK. Well, I don't know why they need it in triplicate. And why they didn't put the Union Jack on the graphic. Click here to install CompuServe in the US. That's all the data. All right. The disk is working. Oh, also, first come, first serve. If anyone wants your some free CompuServe time, there you go. First come, first serve. If you snooze, you lose. I can't help you if the codes don't work. Operators are apparently standing by in the 90s. You know, I could say, I could dare Joe to put 2 one-time use coupons on his web store. If he's game. For, I don't know, a free Blue Scuzzy, ground plane not included, or I don't know. And the other code is flail-thirds. All right. Yeah, Retroback UK says the UK is special. Yeah, I was expecting to see the Union Jack on it at least. Oh, hey Garth, welcome. All right. Okay, all right, so let's I guess let me shut this computer down so that the potential regret isn't this computer. Because I've never, ever pulled cards out of a computer that was actually powered up and turned on. Never. Jesse says the number is still active. Okay, if anyone out there has a band and you change your name to one of those two band names, I'll buy a shirt. And I'll wear it on stream. As long as it's like not like an R-rated shirt. Okay, the funny thing would be if the number's still active and it's like CompuServe keeping the number active to simply give you a recording that says, "We're sorry, but the internet service provider you're attempting to reach is no longer in operation. Please contact your local IS." How about now? How about now? All right, am I moving? Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me now? Okay. I have no idea what just happened. Oh, wait. I know what happened. I see the warning that YouTube gave me. It says, suggestion. The audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use an audio stream bitrate of 128 kbps. All right, well, I think I'm going to have to write up a bug against OBS because something is causing it to just drop the audio stream. Because I saw the thing in the chat like moments after I saw something flash up in the control panel. So let me close the suggestion so that if it happens again, I'll see it change. Yeah, I think OBS dropped the ball. Because the thing is, my view meter was still moving. I think OBS dropped the audio stream. Well, there we go. All right. We have a zip drive. It mounted my disk. Let me copy some files to it. Oh, here we go. Let's copy the installers for this computer to it. Yikes, that's a long time. Oh, good. Oh, that's right. This is Windows 98. So the copy... I think the audio stream just died again. Okay, am I back again? Because I think it dropped my audio stream again. Let me check the OBS settings here. All right, output, video bitrate, 7,000 kbps, audio bitrate 320. All right, that should be fine. Audio encoder. Okay, well, I can't change that while streaming. Okay, I don't see any... Oh, okay, technically I'm exceeding YouTube's recommended maximum audio bitrate, but I don't think that should be why OBS keeps dropping it. Okay. Yes, I see that this is Windows 98, that the estimated time to copy is not accurate because we go from hours to minutes to days to infinity to seconds to hours to, oh, you're done. See, oh, we're back up to 47 minutes. Yeah. And then we'll probably be down to 13 minutes after this file copies. Yeah, I know for a fact that YouTube can take a 320 kbps audio stream. Oh, okay, now we're down. Oh, look, now we're down to 9. See? Oh, we're up to 12. Up, we're up to 13. Up, we're now up to 18. 23. Okay, to the zip drive's defense, it is a zip 250, and I only have zip 100 disks I was willing to sacrifice before I knew it was working, so... All right, everything is broken, Garage says. Justin streams. 90% regret, 5% tech support, 4% everything works, 1% hats. Yes, sir. Yes, I don't forget the hat. Unless I mean to forget the hat. which if you didn't see my like unboxing of the thing I got from PCBWay, well, yes, I actually intended to leave the hat change in. Yes, and one bit says 100% friendship. Yes, thank you. I actually, when I was recording that video, I was thinking that I was going to cut the hat change out, but then while I was editing, I'm like, nope, I'm just leaving that in. That'll take too long to cut out and get it right. I'm just leaving it in. So I just faded. I just went to monochrome. The more I watched it, the more I was like, I nailed that line so well that I need to keep this in, even though I'm saying you'll never see this. I could probably cancel the copy. I really probably could cancel the copy. Okay, this is just taking forever. I'll copy it later. Okay, we have some files. Yay, it copied. The zip drive works. It smells of cigarette smoke, but it works. And the eject motor is pretty good too, so it's actually one nice thing of iOmega tools. It ejects the disk for you when you shut it down. Ryan's asking me, in all seriousness, do you have a retro file share on your network for older machines to connect to? Not yet. One of the videos I was watching before my stream started was RetroTech Chris's video on how to set a Raspberry Pi up as an SMB server, so I might be setting one up soon, although I'm going to have to get another Raspberry Pi. All right. The zip drive works. I'm kind of torn whether I want to put it in the beige G3 or this computer, although the faceplate really needs cleaned first before I do either. Let's see. One bit says if you have network capability, NetDrive is what you want to use from DOS. Could be used to kickstart a Windows install. Yes, that would make it so much easier to install. Actually, that thing that Ryan sent me a couple yeah, it was weeks ago. I had trouble with that. Yeah, I just pulled the faceplate off the drive because I was going to give it a quick clean, and yeah, it's a bit dusty inside, but I don't really want to do too much inside the drive because I don't want to get the heads dirty. Yeah, I like how someone wrote zip drive on it too. It's a very um I'm gonna be nice and not say what I was going to say because this is December, where we take a look at what PCs had to offer back in the before DOS disappeared days. So I'm going to be nice and not stereotype a particular group of computer owners. All right, I am going to clean the faceplate of this zip drive. I am really hesitant to like spray air into the zip drive because I'm afraid I'll do something to the heads, even though it really could use a clean inside of it. Well, actually, I think I'm going to risk it because I have a can of air. All right. I did spray a little air in the drive, but what I did is I made sure I was not spraying it at or near the heads. Oh, and I just turned the computer on by accident. That's lovely. Not sure how I did that because that was weird. All right, I am trying to look for the new bottle of Windex I bought. Oh, here it is. I think Thomas Armstrong recommended it. I think it was Thomas Armstrong that suggested some foaming glass cleaner for cleaning things. So I got some Clorox foaming glass cleaner in my subscribe and save shipment. Yeah, the zip drive was in my base G3 desktop is toast. It's probably never going to read a zip disk again. It was very crunchy when I inserted the disk, and or maybe it was Ryan that suggested the foaming glass cleaner. Maybe it's one of Canada's best kept secrets, is like foaming glass cleaner. Which is maybe why it only cost like, I don't know. It's like it was so this foaming glass cleaner was so cheap through subscribe and save. It's almost like Amazon was like rewarding me to take it from their warehouse. I think it was like cheaper than if I had gotten in my car and driven to the grocery store to even see if they had it. And that was shipped to my door. Okay, maybe it was Thomas Armstrong. Oh, you know, it is actually, even though I sprayed it on the paper towel, that is actually doing a good job. I think I may put this zip drive in this computer, because then I'll have a zip 250 in here, and I'll just get another zip drive for my G3 tower. There we go. I know it was hard to probably tell how yellow it was, but well, there's the paper towel, and there's the faceplate, and while it's still a little bit yellow, it actually smells a little better now. All right, so oh, I didn't get all the glass cleaner off. There we go. All right, I think I'm gonna put this zip drive in this computer, because this is kind of my one of the computers I can use to copy data from old disks. And in fact, actually, the coworker that gave the power supply to me is actually the same coworker that I actually had let him borrow this computer so he could recover some data off of some old zip disks for one of his clients, because he's now retired from where I work, but he's had a side business for at least a couple years of a media. I don't know if you know, there's companies that did like convert your home movies to DVD. So he bought that business from a local company that used to do it, and they wanted to get out of that line of business. So he's got he runs the media conversion now. I guess business was it was not doing what that company wanted for levels of business, but he was doing it as a side gig. But anyways, one of his customers had, I guess, a bunch of zip disks, and they wanted him to copy data off if there was anything on them. So he didn't have a zip drive. So he's like, he came to me one day. He's like, Justin, of everyone here, I think you're probably the person that most likely has what I need, but I need to borrow a zip drive. I was like, how about I'll just bring a computer with a zip drive in it, and I'll make sure the zip drive's working. He was like, okay, that sounds good. So brought the computer. He, over lunch, brought the zip disks. And I was like, well, here's the computer. I'm going to let you do what you need to do. And he put the disks in. He copied the data. And well, he's like, well, how much do I owe you? And I said, $20 sound good? And he's like, yep. So I guess effectively I rented this computer for 20 minutes of time for $20. Honestly, I could have probably named a bigger number and he would have possibly still agreed to her. But hey, Will, welcome. But anyways, so now I'd kind of been wanting to put a zip 250 in here anyways. So that if I do need to copy, because the nice thing is the zip 250 will read and write zip 100 disks. So there we go. So now, if I ever need to let him borrow the computer again, now I got a zip 250 drive in here, and well, that means that, well, that just doubled the types of zip disks he could read if he needed to borrow it. And maybe for that upgrade, I should charge like $25 an hour to rent the computer. How does that sound? Or maybe $30 an hour now, because I could read you could read twice the number of zip disks. All right, so now that I got I bumped one of the front drive bay covers, so let me fix that. Although I'll probably manage to bump it again, but oh, just like that. All right, well, I'll pull the covers out and then I'll fix it later once I've got this system upright. Okay, we've got so the zip drive worked, so that's not an eBay regret. Let's test. All right, we'll go to. You're only worth what you charge, Ryan says. Yep, that is so true. Well, I don't know what the going rate is for loaning a computer for reading media that you don't have a drive to read. I do know if I was probably loaning a computer to a production company for a show, well, I would charge different rates. Because that's probably where they want to rent it for an extended time period, and, well, I doubt $20 or $30 an hour would probably meet their production budget. Yeah, rental fees for sure. Although this computer is not one they'd probably be renting for a production. Although, maybe I shouldn't exclude that possibility totally. There's nothing, I mean, while I don't know how period accurate it is, it does look, it does look like a computer from like the late 90s. Trina says that's why I charge $1,000 an hour. All right, so I got the Maxtor hard drive in. It is sitting precariously on the heatsink of the processor. 3, 2, 1. Oh, and I just realized I probably didn't move the jumper. All right. Let's see. Where's it says jumper J20, and it needs to be off. And J20 is clearly on. All right. That was going to cause problems. All right. J20 is now off. J20 is now lost in the case. Oh, no. J20 has been found in the case. J20 is now setting somewhere where I'm going to claim that I won't knock it over, but I'll probably knock it over. Oh, all right. Well, see you in a moment, Francois. All right. So for this drive, this is a Maxtor hard drive that may or may not work. Okay, that's weird. This motherboard gave me a cast latency warning. And I do believe the hard drive was not detected. Hmm. Um. All right. Ryan's asking who took his VW bus keys. Oh, okay. Well, that does. Oh, there's why it didn't detect it. Ah, I turned that off because there was no drive there. All right. Because I was kind of wondering, because I heard the drive spin up, although that's not a guarantee that a Maxtor drive from 1996 works. Also, if April 25th is a streaming day, we're going to celebrate the birthday of this Maxtor hard drive. I don't know what day of the week that's going to be next year. And it detected it. And I didn't really want it to boot into Windows. Oh well. It's probably not formatted anyways. You know, that is so weird seeing the zip drive as the B drive. And it's like out of order. Oh, there we go. Oh, well, I take back all right. I am sharing the screen. Yes, I am. All right. We're going to do a thorough scan disk. So Mike Tech can run one of these scan disks, and he always has good luck running scan disks on drives. Well, luckily it looks like whoever had this drive formatted it, so we're good. I didn't have to do the world's fastest awkward be right back, so we're good. Although thinking about it, I might still run dban on this drive before I actually start using it, just in case there's like data that's not hidden by a quick format. That's actually probably not a bad idea to run on any vintage drive you buy, because if the drive is bad, dban might be the way to tell, because it's going to actually write to the drive as well as read. Oh, that auction ends tomorrow at night. All right. Well, let me set an alarm. All right. If I bid on this auction that I just set an alarm for, I'm blaming Retrotech Chris. His Twitter post from today is not helping me resist the urge. The price the auction might get bid up to, however, that might help me resist the urge to bid on it. Jesse says, my first retro video would have been very awkward if it was live. It was a sealed drive. Let me guess. It was sealed, but it was resealed, and it was not obviously not a new drive. And it obviously had a certain collection of things on it. Because I'm sure with all the eBay regrets I get, that's going to happen to me someday, which is why maybe I should just run dban on drives I buy before I even look any further. Jesse says, exactly. And for those wondering what things I'm talking about, let me just put it this way. It's at least a certain collection of things that, depending on what the content of it is, if you find it, you might have to report it to your local authorities. We'll put it that way. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Jesse says you can put a lot of things on a 200 megabyte drive. Yes, I bet you can. Wah, 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 wah. Well, looks like I got my first eBay regret. This drive has at least one bad sector on it. So let me go look at the eBay auction description real quick to see what the seller promised. All right. I should have known that it was going to be harder than this to get an actual working Maxtor 71620A drive, or 71670A drive. Why was I trying to buy this drive? Well, I kind of wanted to be able to run a performance test on it. Because I knew the drive wouldn't last long, although I was hoping it would last longer than this. But, yeah. I knew that for long-term use, I was going to be using the Western Digital drive Jesse sent me, but... Alright, so the Zip 100 drive that, well, the Zip 250 drive I have in this computer that says Zip drive on it, I bought, for anyone wondering, I paid $20 plus 11, well, plus 11.61 in shipping and tax. So, probably not a bad price considering it works. The Maxtor drive that is currently having bad sectors might actually have a way to return this. Oh, hold on. When did I receive this drive? All right, let me send a quick message to the seller. They did ask that you contact them within 7 days. And I received it 9 days ago, but Christmas did fall in that time, and I was not... Well, that's why I didn't test it. I'm going to send a very polite note to the seller and let them know that the drive arrived with bad sectors. From the looks of it, a lot of bad sectors. All right. Sometimes a very nice note can go a long way. All right. I'm going to go ahead and send the note to them now. So if you'll hold on just a moment, then I will be back with the chat. All right. More actions. Contact seller. All right. Contact seller. I All right. Oh, hey, Retrotech Chris. I figured your ears might have been burning. Let's see here. Let me catch up on the chat here. Oh, Sadmax says, I don't know what's on the drive I pulled out of my ThinkPad. I ran it through DD Rescue, but haven't looked too deep at the files. Yeah. Yeah, Trina says, I had to call the RCMP here in Canada once on a client for the, quote, things they had on their computer. Yep. I know many jurisdictions have similar laws. Yep. Eric says, risk of the business. Richard Tech Chris is saying, not sure if a seller's return policy can readily supersede eBay's policy. Although the seller did say in their auction description, please contact within 7 days. So I sent them a very polite note because I'm at day 9. They also said no returns, but they also said it had checked and no errors found. So I think you might be right. I could still probably have a case to do a not as described return, but I don't want to be that jerk unless they don't want to cooperate. K-Max says, Justin, you need to trademark eBay regrets. Unfortunately, I believe I can't trademark that, at least in the US, because eBay is already a registered trademark. And I don't think you can register a trademark that has the name of a company in it like that. So, although I wish I could. In fact, I probably can't make an eBay regrets t-shirt for this because eBay could take the shirt down. Yeah, Jesse says eBay policy trumps seller buyer's preference. So I am politely sent the seller a note because I will give them a chance to make it right. But the auction did say they tested it, had no errors, and well, it's got bad sectors now. Retrotech Chris says, Jesse, yes, I had a seller say can't return that item, to which I nicely responded, watch me. Yep, and then they probably refunded you. But yeah, hi Retrotech Chris, you're a bad influence. There's an item that I'm watching that I really don't need to buy, but if assuming the price is right, I'll still probably bid on it. Yeah, I think eBay does favor the buyers too. Because I've subscribed to the Commonwealth Flippers YouTube channel, and well, he has 2 channels, at least 2 channels: the Commonwealth Flipper and the Commonwealth Picker. And on his Commonwealth Flipper channel, one of his videos, he mentioned a case where a buyer, while he was on vacation mode in eBay, a buyer submitted a return request, which was automatically granted because he has free returns set. And then they opened a case, and eBay closed it before the time in the email to the seller. They closed the case in the buyer's favor before the time period had elapsed, to which they say the seller has to respond, and that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, I think eBay does favor the buyer. Chris says, in other news, my Glitchworks chip that shipped on November 28th, and I'm going to add from Buena Vista, Virginia, will finally arrive tomorrow in Northern Virginia. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse says, in most cases, they'll side with the buyer unless seller does their homework. Yes. Also, I can tell you that if eBay customer support tells you something and it sounds wrong, listen to your gut, not customer service. Because I have heard stories of where customer service will tell you something, either because they just want to get rid of you or they don't know or whatever, and it could be completely wrong. So yeah, sellers need to do their homework, that's for sure. Oh yeah, Retrotech Chris says, for those that don't know, Glitchworks lives 160 miles away from him. Yes. Yeah, if they have this auction marked as no returns, it could be an issue. However, the no returns auctions still have to be described accurately. But yeah, Chris says, yep, that's fair. Always try the nicest route first. I do the same. Hi, Luke. Welcome. Yep, RetroTech Chris says, yeah, I bought a Tandy 1000 SX today. I do not need a Tandy 1000 SX. I need to go back to work. Well, Chris, I bought an LGA 1150 motherboard today that I didn't need because it was until sometime this morning, no bids, 99 cents plus shipping. About 2 hours before the auction ended, it had been bid up to $2.25. I mean, it's for parts are not working condition. I was like, okay, I think I know what's wrong with the board from the description. I placed a very modest bid, and I won the board. Oh, and it has a processor on the board, and the processor is an i5 4670K, or is it a 47? No, it's a 4670K. So it's like I think it's the top tier unlocked i5 processor in like the Haswell refresh. So I want it for $325 plus shipping. The auction I'm watching that ends tomorrow is a Compaq LTE 286 with a working power adapter, and they even show it powered up in the auction description. However, I know better, and I know that that power supply is probably going to need recapped, but the fact that it works is promising because my power adapter doesn't work. So if you're watching that auction, please let me take a shot at it. Thank you. Yes, and Luke Davis says, and here's me hunting for an eye-opener net appliance. Yeah. Jesse says, on my one rough seller dispute with eBay, I will say they timed it well. They sided with me the night my dad had a stroke. That was a small victory on a really bad day. Well, yes, at least eBay on that day was able to pull for you to give you, sometimes it's those small wins help you get through the day. And Luke says, eBay thankfully sided with me when somebody scammed me with a fake listing for an Alienware laptop. Almost took 112 pounds from me, but I got refunded and blew 90% on a broken D900T Alienware. Nice. John Story had a Chris says John Story had a nice Pentium motherboard listed on Facebook. John Story's posts are dangerous for retro enthusiasts. Yeah, I don't know what his eBay username is, but I suspect I've bought at least something from him. The name sounds familiar. Yeah, Luke says my LTE 5230, but Jesse says probably actually 5280. Still needs to have its battery gutted, but I'm waiting on some other devices parts to come first, like a bunch of power supplies. Yeah, it probably is a 5280. That seems like that was a very popular model, and there we go, another bad sector. Oh, Chris, I actually started to watch your YouTube video on setting up an SMB server on a Raspberry Pi for retro computers. And I got far enough to realize that I don't know where I put my SD card reader again. I need to buy I need to buy a can of like hot pink spray paint, and even though that probably won't help, but it'll at least make me feel like it's going to help. Because I suspect I probably took it upstairs even though I didn't see it upstairs, and it's probably upstairs on my desk exactly where I probably set it last night and then forgot. Because I remember seeing it down here and taking it upstairs, or thinking about taking it upstairs, and I don't know. I need to clean my workbench off, but I need to get my cheap PC challenge video out too. Chris says I've got a Raspberry Pi 5 coming tomorrow. Well, I'm just going to have to use my Raspberry Pi 4 that I've got right now because well, as much as I'd like a Raspberry Pi 5, I'm just going to use what I've got right now. if I don't win the LTE 286, then I might change my mind and try to buy a Raspberry Pi 5. But the possibility of getting a working power supply for one of those and figuring out what the voltages are once and for all, because I've found several different answers online. That's kind of worth it to me to not get a Raspberry Pi 5 this month. So, yeah. All right. Honestly, I'm about to give up on the scan disk because we've been staring at this for too long. But let me. Oh, actually, I have a message from the eBay seller. Good news. It's no longer an eBay regret. The seller just sent me a full refund. See, being nice. Yep, they actually sent me 2 messages. The first one, hi, I'm sorry the drive is detecting bad sectors. I do test every drive, but sometimes some pass through the cracks. Not an issue. I will be happy to issue you a refund immediately. And then the second message is, no need to return the drive. All right. Well, at this point, update. I just found my SD card reader. It was actually down here, just under. It was beside a capacitor that was the same color. So, hey! Jesse, thank you! Jesse says Merry Christmas. All right. I think that might be more potential LTE 286 money there. All right, thank you, Jesse. All right, well, okay, well, there's no need to continue this scan disk. This drive is, well, it is coming out of this computer. I no longer need to run scan disk to figure out how bad it is. Although I was about to stop it anyways, because I'd seen enough bad sectors that I was pretty sure that I had enough bad sectors to say that I suspect the drive took damage in shipping. Maybe. I mean, I don't like to necessarily say that. I don't like to generalize in saying that eBay sellers that say they tested it like to bluff. I do know there are sellers out there that will say they tested it just so they can say they tested it and are hoping that maybe you won't notice or are going to see no returns and not call them on their bluff. Jesse says, or you could buy mini peanuts. Yeah. So I'm not going to say that seller simply said they tested it and didn't actually test it. After all, the drive did arrive with a blank partition, and in order for them to run ScanDisk on it, they would have had to have probably formatted the drive so that they could tell ScanDisk what drive to run on. So it's very possible they ran ScanDisk on it and then shipped it and it got damaged in shipping. So I'm not going to, at least they did stand behind their, even though they had no returns, they did stand behind what they said in their auction. And I will credit them that even though I was 2 days later than their requested time, kind note, sometimes and I also mentioned it was Christmas was one of the reasons why I didn't get to it as soon as I'd hoped, which was true. Anyways, well, this drive was unfortunately, oh, yes, and before I forget, this drive is unfortunately now going to get the red X mark of shame. And will just go in my pile of MacStore 71670 drives that I've attempted to buy. All right. Let's get to these last few items here. Yeah. Oh. All right. So this Zip 100 drive that I pulled out of this computer, I may earmark for my beige G3. Although I'm highly suspecting that I'm going to have to get a new motherboard for that G3, or new logic board. Because I highly suspect that the problems I had with it on Tuesday were probably signs that however it was stored was highly improper, and that the logic board in it is probably actually unhappy. Multi-sync monitors are just a bit more forgiving for signals. Anyways, all right. So this is the 32-speed CD-ROM drive that I bought for my IBM PC. And, okay, I did see it blink its light when it powered up. So let's see if it's detected. Oh, interesting. Now my zip drive. Oh, okay. The zip drive is detected as a zip 250, but the string that shows up is zip 100 because, yeah. So it actually detected the device as the correct thing. All right. The CD-ROM drive did detect. That's good. Oh, that's right. I've got a DVD. I had a DVD drive in here. Okay. So, all right. The door opened. I'm going to put in my CompuServe CD, and I'm going to hold down the shift key because I think that'll prevent autoplay from running or something like that. I think. I don't remember. I know there's a way to stop it. And it's making some weird noises. Oh, but that was it. Probably just doing its thing. Hi, Joe. Joe is back. All right. And let's see here. Let's look at some of the other art that's on the CompuServe disk. Oh, cool. Apparently there's the background of the installer program. That looks neat. Click here for information about using CompuServe outside the US. Well, that's interesting. Click here to install CompuServe for the USA. Neato. Click here to select another country. Interesting. All right. Well. Oh, hey, Got Bomb. You missed the Maxtor drive having bad sectors, and you missed me sending the seller a note when I realized that I had passed their requested date for letting them know if there were issues by a couple days. And you missed that seller actually sending me a full refund. So now I'm testing the optical drives that I bought. So Luke Davis says, the thought of running Doom or Half-Life on a device used for concert lighting is just funny to me. That followed his message. Stage equipment is ridiculous expensive. Maybe I could get a broken Tiger Touch, but it would probably have to have unrepairable damage as it keeps its value even with simple issues like bad hard drives. Yeah, so Got Bomb, that one was not regretful. Oh, also, you might notice the CompuServe CD works. Yeah, you missed a potential eBay regret, but the seller stood by their word and sent me a full refund and said I could keep the drive, although the drive is obviously failing, so it's probably not going to be of much use, but I don't know. Maybe it might be working enough that I can still get the performance test out of it to tell how good or bad I did in selecting a hard drive for my original computer. Spoiler alert, the reliability of them now probably says everything you need to know. Okay, the optical drive I bought for my IBM PC 350 seems to be working. So I will probably set that over with it so that I can install it. All right, so this is the optical drive I had originally bought for my IBM 350 until I realized this is the 20-speed version of the drive I had in my original PC. So if this drive works, it is going in my PC rebuild until I can find the 16-speed version of this drive. Luke Davis says, I believe the company responsible for the UK's network of payphones has a couple of the old Merlin internet payphone kiosks in their warehouse, which would be awesome to archive and restore. Yes, it would. Oh, good night, Trina. I believe the system... Uh-oh. Oh, wait. I think I might have tested this drive. I think I've already tested this drive, just not on a stream. Because I remember this drive doesn't... So when it detects, it doesn't show a name at all. And I was kind of wondering if maybe IBM... I was kind of wondering if maybe IBM had Acer do that because... Well, first of all, IBM doesn't show you anything that it detects on power up, so no strings at all. But also, IBM is exactly the kind of company that probably wouldn't want you to know who their hardware is actually made by. So, and there went my audio bitrate. Okay, I think my connection might be good again. So hopefully you can hear me. If you can't hear me, hopefully someone will realize my mouth is moving and you can't hear me. But I think if I'm reading the status correctly, that my audio bitrate is back again. Yeah, apparently the bitrate is suffering from bit rot or something like that. I suspect it's actually a bug in this new OBS version 30. Excellent. Joe says it never had a problem for me. Okay, well, I've noticed that sometimes when I get the warning about my audio bitrate, that folks then seem to indicate that they can't hear me. So maybe it doesn't always cause a problem. But yeah, this drive seems to be working, even though it did not present a string on boot. Oh, let's see. Luke Davis says 11,910. Oh. $11,910. Brain, read it correct. 11,910 pounds and 5 pence is how much a normal functioning Tiger Touch costs. Doesn't mention if it's used or new, but definitely not budget friendly. Yeah. Yeah, that's not budget friendly at all. But this CD-ROM drive appears to be working as well. So, yay. All right. Looks like my original PC rebuild has an optical drive much closer to what I originally had. And my IBM PC 350 will have an optical drive that is an actual IBM part. Actually, both of these are IBM parts. They have the IBM FRU number on them. Retro Tech Chris says that's about 15,000 US dollars. Yeah. Maybe a Tiger Touch will help my brain read British money numbers in the chat correctly the first time, every time. I don't know. All right. So I think my Pentium 3 system is back up and running. And it looks like, now the only thing I haven't tested is my Mad Dog power supply. And I'm torn between test it now and I want to leave it sealed until I do the build video. I mean, I spent $19.40 total on it. The item was $7.99, shipping was $10.88, and tax was 53 cents. Oh yeah, it came from Centerville, Virginia. All right, it says brand new and unopened box, Mad Dog Sure Power, 250 watt power supply, no returns. All right, I'm going to risk it, and I'm going to keep it for when I do the Mad Dog build, and I'm just going to risk it. Which might mean I regret it later, but that will be a choice I will just have to live with. Well, Chris, I should have just had you pick that up for me then. I would have saved $10.88 shipping, but well, at least it didn't take a 30-day journey around the Commonwealth. Because actually I bought it on the 22nd and it arrived today, so yeah. That's how backed up the USPS was, but apparently they got cleared out because actually that Apple floppy or the clone floppy drive and controller card I bought, that I actually bought Christmas Day and it was in California. Or I think it was California. It was, the seller's name was Pasadena Pickers, which I thought was California, but maybe it's Texas. Oh yeah, Pasadena, California. Yep. So it would have been shipped the 26th, and it took 2 days to get here from California. Although, granted, it came priority mail. Oh, Chris told me. Okay, when we went to the video game store, that was just north of Centerville. Okay, all right. Yep. Now I was thinking Centerville was like really close to where you are. Now I know, yes, I was not imagining things. So yeah, when I went up to Retrotech Chris's place back in, I guess it would have been March, because it was the trip when I picked up the Performa 600. Yeah, we stopped at a couple other places, and one of them was this really cool video game store. And I didn't buy anything there because they were uh, they were more like retail than thrift, and I was kind of probably more looking for thrift items than retail. But they did have some really cool vintage gaming stuff, so yeah, it was definitely worth stopping by. I think Chris posted some stuff on his. If you go back on his Twitter, well, back to March, I think he posted some pictures from there. Um, but yeah, they definitely had some cool stuff. Maybe someday, if I was actually specifically looking for video game stuff, then I definitely would probably go back. But truth be told, I think by the time I'd visited everywhere else, I'd kind of already spent what I'd wanted to spend, so I didn't have any video game money that day. Oh, okay. All right. So I've got the Pentium 3 back together. The sides is yeah. Chris says East Starland. Yep, that's what it is. Yeah. Jesse says the Christmas rush is over. The shipping services are probably caught up. Yep, they probably are. Um, Probably by now they are caught up because I got like 3 or 4 things from the postal service today. Yeah, it was the Mad Dog power supply, the 32 speed CD-ROM, and the Apple drives, and like some other. All right, but okay, I'll put the side panels back on my Pentium 3 later because I'm not going upstairs to go get them, but they're upstairs. But that's good. My Pentium 3 is back together and I can use it for testing. I've tested all the eBay purchases that I had queued up, so this has been Wheel of Regrets. Tune in next time when I'll have an LGA 1150 motherboard that I bought for parts or repair and paid $325 plus shipping for it. Only and it has a processor. So yeah. Oh, Luke Davis says I could try getting a GE Logic, which is a portable ultrasound to run Doom on, except X medical equipment is usually under a strict e-waste policy. Yes. I don't know how the e-waste laws are in the UK, but it would, at least in the US, I think it might be a little easier to get a hold of something like that because while it is medical scrap equipment, it's at least not like you're trying to buy an X-ray machine. Not sure if you're supposed to be able to buy it, but it's not. Yeah, not like I haven't seen people that have managed to get weird things like that. That's yeah. All right, so let me go grab another thing to work on. I'm gonna go ahead and take these few items and set them to the side where they'll be safe, and I'll grab the next. might recognize that from Tuesday. All right. Jesse says it's easy to buy an ATM in the States. Yeah. I mean, there's multiple reasons why every filling station has an ATM. They're easy to get a hold of. And Luke Davis says, if Aussie 50 can buy an ATM from a government auction, surely I should be able to also. All right. So this is my Emerson Matrix 2000. I'm going to continue, and hopefully you all don't tell me I'm muted. I just got the bitrate warning again. But if you were watching my stream Tuesday, I actually did not have this out because there is something wrong with this board, but I had the board that I bought on eBay to just replace it. So I'm going to do a... Oh. Okay. They didn't use the same size driver. But we installed PC-DOS 2000 onto my Emerson Matrix 2000, the board that I have setting to the side. So I'm going to go ahead and swap the new board in place of this original board. I will put this board in my repair pile because I do kind of would maybe like to repair it and then put it back in the computer. Jesse says the diebold's were... Oh wait, let me get this in the correct order. It won't make sense. Yes, yeah. Luke says thing is all those small ATMs you can get in the States are quite junk. I'm looking for an NCR WinCore diebold unit myself, something that runs x86 Windows. Jesse says the diebolds were garbage, or my employer kept theirs for way too long. It could be that your employer kept them for too long. It also could be that, much like with any other product, there are good versions and bad versions from the same manufacturer, and maybe the diebolds your employer bought were like the cheap, awful version, but some of the other ones are better because either that or, well, I don't know. I mean, all right. All right, so just taking a photo of these to make sure I get them in the right place. Retro Tech Chris says, some ATMs ran OS2, I think. Yes, I believe some ATMs did run OS2, which I believe is partly why it had so much staying power. But yes, there was also a lot of ATMs that run various versions of Windows, which is, I think, why some of those older versions of Windows were supported by Microsoft as long as they were, because supported for banking customers as long as they were. I don't think they were supporting them for just everybody. Or then again, maybe they weren't supported, and maybe we're just lucky that no one figured out a way to make the banks upgrade to newer ATM machines. So it appears as if Emerson, or the OEM that made these for them, used standoffs that are affixed in place. So I got to get all these standoffs to unclip, because I do not believe they slide in any direction. Or, okay, no, and the problem isn't the... I thought the ports on the back might be holding the board in. I have another board that is a similar design where the ports are on the back like that, but the port nut, the nuts on the ports actually hold the motherboard in. So you got to like unscrew all those to, or not the nuts, the part that the cable screws into. Chris says, okay. Okay, yeah, Luke says, I don't think the OS had direct internet access. The banking application does, I think. Okay, yeah, I was also thinking that that was something where they pretty much, quite honestly, the ATM probably has some sort of a VPN connection. Or in some cases, I think the ATM might even have a phone connection still. I know we used to have an ATM in the atrium at work, and I don't know how long it's been since they removed it, but it had a modem. It used a dial-up modem to contact the bank. But I suspect it probably connected through some sort of a VPN or gateway. I mean, it might have not been a VPN proper, but it was some sort of a gateway that isolated the application from the internet. All right. I have all but this one standoff in this corner out, and it's just at such a weird angle. I'm trying not to damage this board getting it out, because I haven't declared this board irreparable, but all right. Let me see if I can't find. All right. A set of needle nose pliers, and let me grab a set that's actually going to fit there a little better. Like the angle that this is twisted at is making it hard to unclip. Ooh, Gutbomb's got another video coming out soon. Yay! All right, I'm going to see if I can twist this standoff. Oh, there we go. It actually did turn, so maybe now I can grab it at a better angle. There we go. Maybe now I can unclip it. Oh. There we go. Did I actually get it now? No, almost. There we go. Got it. All right. Something still has the board caught. Well, that's weird. Oh. Oh, there we go. Got it. Now I got it. It was caught on absolutely nothing. Okay, weird. All right, so here is the original board that came with my Emerson Matrix 2000. Looking at the power connector here real quick, because the replacement board's power connector is, there's several pins that are not soldered for some strange reason. And now that I got this board out for the first time, I am looking to see what the state of those same pins are on this one. I just need to find my flashlight. Which, oh, I think I remember. I knocked it on the floor. It's probably, I think it's on the floor. That's why I can't find it. All right. Well, I will use my phone instead. And, oh, well, those all look soldered. Well. Oh, I might have to check up in the chat. Jesse says our ATMs, the second generation, used dial-up as a backup till March 2020. All right. That's amazing what used dial-up as backup as long as it did. All right, so let me look at these. I'm kind of wondering if I think I need to solder the power connector on the other board first. So that's soldered. That's soldered. I know I'm kind of blurry and out of focus here. That one definitely looks soldered. That one looks soldered. The problem I'm having with this board is probably not the power connector. That one like not that great, but soldered. Soldered, soldered, soldered. Not that great, but solder. Okay, they definitely all have solder on them. Oh! Oh, yeah. Mac Yak went live tonight for a special episode. They're announcing the Power PC 2024 challenge or something like that. I can probably give you the short version as an educated guess. Probably for the month of January, use your Power PC computer where you can. If you have to do work on a computer and you can't use a Power PC for it, then fine. But use your Power PC computer for a month, and yeah. There, I think I probably just spoiled the entire Mac Yak for you. And they're probably going to talk about nonsense for a while. Yeah, sorry for spoiling Mac Yak for you. Anything to keep watch hours on my stream. Yeah, this is the replacement board. That definitely no solder, soldered, no solder, soldered, although not really good. Yeah, these are like horribly soldered. I think from the other board I can see that they're supposed to all be soldered. So, yeah. Francois said, nice short version. Anyways, good night. Yeah, there. So if you do want to take part in the Power PC Challenge, I'm sure if you check the replay tomorrow, or they might even have a blog post or something silly like that. But yeah, that was my guess as to what they're going to talk about, and that's only based on the fact that Greg Krutke clearly said in the thumbnail it was the Power PC Challenge, and I've seen what they've said previous years, so yeah. All right. Since I think there's supposed to be solder on all those pins, yet it clearly looks like some of them never really had solder, and others of them weren't soldered very well. I am going to go ahead and remedy that oversight. I don't know if it's just because the board is old and well loved, or if maybe these were built so cheaply that that's how it came from the factory. But I don't think a bad power connector solder job is why my original board doesn't work, because it gives memory errors. Although I guess I probably should very carefully look at the board to see if there's any other bad solder joints, because maybe my original board has some other bad solder joints. Anyways, I don't see any other bad solder joints at a cursory glance on this board, but I am going to go ahead and fix this. Because obviously I don't want the power connector, as hard as it is to remove this board, I don't want the power connector to fail, because plugging the power supply in could stress this. I'm just going to go ahead and refloat all these pins. There we go. That one. There we go. That looks much better. Yes, I think I can now say that all of those pins now have a nice solder joint on them. Interestingly enough, the rest of the pins look like they're decently soldered on this board. Even the big pins on the keyboard connector. They look fine. So I'm wondering if whatever caused that to not get soldered that well, if that maybe was just because it's on the edge. I'm going to look at this board here. Okay, I do see there's a bodge on this board, but it's actually present on both boards, so that's probably not it. And maybe it would behoove me to... Well, those aren't the greatest solder. Oh, wait a minute. Those are filled vias. I was looking at some of those vias and thinking, those pins don't look that great, but there's no pins in those. I suspect it's actually a logic problem. All right, good night, Frank. I suspect there's a logic problem with the original board. I'll put it in my repair pile. I'm not going to give up on it. I'm just not going to try to repair it tonight because I think I need to do some troubleshooting. And quite honestly, tonight I'd rather try to repair more things than figure that board out. Because the thing is, I think it needs to warm up before it's going to fail. Because the memory test works fine while it's cold. It's after the computer's been running for some amount of time, and I don't know how long. I think something's heating up on the original board, and that's when it starts failing. And my first guess is maybe the buffer chips for the RAM. I'm wondering if one of them heats up and it's failing when it gets warm. Nothing on the board feels like it's getting overly hot, so whatever it is, it's not something that's just direct shorted. All right. There we go. At least the power connector on this board is solid. I don't have to worry about when I plug and unplug, because I still have to repair the power supply for this computer. This is not the one where the power supply looks so bad that I'm going to replace it with a Meanwell or a Pico PSU, or probably a Meanwell. Or actually, I think what I was going to do for another one of my Emersons. I was going to put a Meanwell 12-volt supply and a Pico PSU in its original power supply. And that way you can still plug it into AC power. You still plug it into AC power, so it would look original that way, but it would be a modern... It'd basically be powered by a modern ATX power supply. I gotta figure out how I want to do it. Because I looked at the power consumption of the computer. It'd go in, and it's an XT clone. XT class clone. It doesn't draw that much power. All right. I'm trying to get the motherboard cable's out of the way. I think that's out of the way. All right, so now I think it should be lined up with the standoff. There we go. All right. Ow. All right. I think the board is in. Plug that in while I'm thinking of it. And plug floppy cable in. I'll put a couple screws in. Oh. So, yeah, I think that it's my Emerson 8800 EC that I'm going to need to basically replace the guts of the power supply because it looks, honestly, the original power supply looks like it probably got wet at minimum and possibly had electrically failed and then was put into storage and then got wet. So, power supply that was in this computer is also a weird shape, but I think it just needs the caps replaced because it didn't reliably power up the first time every time. I think it's just got some weak caps in it. So I'm thinking it's a really good candidate to rebuild. It just or recap. I don't think I need to replace its entire guts. I just need to recap it. All right. There we go. Let me go ahead and put the riser card in. Interestingly enough, when I put this Ethernet card in on Tuesday, I had just guessed on a slot to put it in, and apparently maybe I remembered which slot was open. Oh, wait, that's because I tried to put a sound card in this slot. Oh, that's right. I had, on a previous stream, tried to get a sound card to work in here, and it seems like the sound card I tried to get to work in here was not compatible with Windows 2000. Oh, good night, Frank. Oh, wait, I already said good night, Frank. Or maybe I did. Good night, Frank, if I didn't. I've been fighting with the 286 board. All right, Joe is unhappy about something. Now, this computer, its BIOS seems to be happy enough with a 512 meg compact flash card, so I'm probably going to get an Etherlink 3 card that has a ROM socket so that I can actually avail the use of the ROM socket. But for now, I'm just going to leave the card in it that I'd started to put in earlier. I don't have an SMB server set up for it, so I'm not going to try to install it, but not going to try to progress further on that tonight, but I'll at least put the card in. I might also take a second look at my sound card collection because there are several people in the chat that are good about finding drivers for cards you haven't been able to find the driver for yet. Oh, that's neat. This motherboard has a turbo switch on it. And I say, oh, that's neat, because the case does not have a turbo switch on it. Anyways, this 2-pin header right. Oh, okay, if I can manage to show it to you without my hand in the way. So that pin header right beside my screwdriver is marked turbo on the board. There is no turbo switch on the case. Now, the case does have a reset button. And if it wasn't for the fact that 286s are probably in need of reset buttons, because you can run things that need a 386 and they just simply crash on a 286, I would actually probably change the reset button to... Oh, also the reset button is not a latching switch, so that would preclude... never mind. You can't use a reset button as a turbo switch anyways, unless you, like, want to sit there and hold it. All right. RetroTech Chris loves these 3-com cards. I could connect up to Mike Brutman's NetDrive server. As Mike calls it, DOS cloud computing. Well, I may have to get with you, or you can, like, message me the link to your video that might describe how to do that, or if you haven't made a video, then, well, we might have to get together on how to set that up. That sounds fun. Like that retro computing nerdy kind of way. All right, at least I am going to see if this board still works after I reflowed the power connector, which is now should be nice and solid. Oh, that's right. I was going to do one other thing. At least while this board is out of commission, I am going to put 2 of its memory chips into service as Trident video card upgrade. Ooh, cool. Okay, Chris hasn't made a video. At least it's a new thing. It's like a 6K resident connect to an image file, and you can connect across the internet. Oh, that sounds really cool. All right, so you're probably wondering why I'm not taking the memory chips out of this board to give to the Trident card. And that's because they're empty RAM chips. I'd rather steal the Oki chips off of this original board. If I do manage to fix it, then, well, I can always swap RAM chips around again. Or actually, if I manage to fix this board, I would. Well, actually, wait a minute. How many Emerson Matrix 2000s are out there to need a replacement board? Probably not many, because it seems to be such a boring system that few people thought to save it. Seems like I might have the US's largest collection of Emerson computers. which is not something I intended to do, by the way, but, well, because let's see here. I have the Emerson 8000 EC. I have the Emerson Elite SX386. I have the Emerson Matrix 2000. I have the Emerson 8800 EC. Yeah, that's 4 Emerson computers. And if it weren't for the fact that the Emerson Eco 2 that's on eBay right now, if it wasn't for the fact that it's priced at a exceedingly overpriced computing price, that I should probably put it on the exceedingly overpriced Facebook group. Because the person selling that wants $500 for it, and that's just ridiculous. And in fact, it's probably exactly the same as this computer, but called the Eco 2 and not the Matrix 2000, because it's also a low-profile case, and I believe it's a 286. If they actually wanted a reasonable price for it, I probably would have bought it too. Just because apparently I'm the Emerson computer guy. Oh, and I forgot about the talking one, the Emerson 500 EC, because it wasn't beside me to remind me to mention it. Yeah, so I got 5 Emerson computers. Oh, hey, Vborg. And Vborg says, I have the second largest Emerson collection. I have one. Yeah. Yes. Vborg also has a 500 EC. I believe there's actually like I think there's like 3 Emerson computers on eBay right now. I was thinking there's another 500 EC listed, maybe, although that one might have sold actually. And then there's an Emerson Eco 2, which is I think a 286 system that's probably very much like this one. I doubt there's any difference other than the name. I could be wrong because there's no internal photos. And then there's another Emerson 8000 EC, but the seller of that one also wants too much because it's like listed at $300. The Eco 2 is listed at $500. I don't think either of them have best offers on, but, well, I don't need another 8000 EC, so even though it has 2 discs that I'm not sure are archived that come with it, but, well, I'll let someone else buy it, and hopefully they'll be nice and they'll be kind and archive. Oh, cool. All right, I'll try to remember the link is in the chat. All right, so got the motherboard in. It's got the 4 megs of RAM I tried to use with the first board. I hacked Dallas real-time clock. I need to build some more of the boards, but I haven't found my components yet that I've misplaced. I suspect I'm probably going to clean my workbench at some point, possibly this weekend. And if not this weekend, soon after the new year. I am trying to get, like, I'd like to get at least 2 videos out before the end of the year. One of them would not be the end of the world if it was a little bit late. The other one's for the Cheap PC Challenge, and, well, there's definitely a deadline there. Although, I have to say, I did have the slight temptation of waiting on that video because I did see that the eBay seller shipped my LGA 1150 motherboard today, although by shipped, it might just simply mean they printed the shipping label and are going to sit on it until the new year. But I was slightly tempted to wait to see if it arrived in time to possibly be a late addition to the system to potentially increase the number of points that I have. Although it would be a really late change, because if it does arrive before the new year, it's going to be I mean, it would have to arrive Saturday. Or there be some really weird confusion at the post office and they put it out for delivery Sunday, but that hardly ever happens. Unless it's Amazon packages, then they're more likely to... Oh, well. Okay, that's weird. Oh, my keyboard... Oh, it just unsnapped. Okay, good. My keyboard hit the ground, and I didn't think it hit hard enough to do anything, but it actually... The case popped open on the back. And there's now some broken plastic inside of it. Oh, well. There's something wrong with this keyboard anyways, so... I guess if I break it, I break it. Alright. Oh, and I gotta change video inputs. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Did I... Oh. Hold on. I plugged most everything in, but I did forget to plug the... Forgot to plug that in. Alright. Probably going to give a floppy drive error because I don't have the GoTech plugged in, but... Ah, yeah, Vborg says, I was going to do the free PC challenge with dumpster and scrap salvage PC parts, but a 7th gen i5 with an NVIDIA GTX 670 was just unfair. Hi, Greg. I scheduled my live stream first. I've had this live stream scheduled since, like, last week. Which is usually unusual, but I'd already had the idea in mind. Like, so I scheduled this thing, like, last week. So I apologize for missing your all stream, but I've had this scheduled since mid last week. And this was my last chance to stream for the year, so I had to go for it. What am I doing? Oh, dust bench, of course. Because I wanted to... No, it wasn't dust bench I wanted to do. Check it I wanted to do. Heavy Borg. Jesse says, I've been tossing out 7th gen systems at work. All right, yeah, I was kind of hoping to maybe after hearing what Everything is Broken Garage Ryan's students put in their cheap PC challenge computers, I was kind of secretly hoping that I'd find a cheap 7th gen system show up on eBay. But yeah, the eBay sellers are, I think, too smart for that one. Still, I was actually, well, maybe I shouldn't be surprised that I managed to get the Optiplex 3020 motherboard and the i5 4570 for only $10 plus shipping. And actually, the shipping was quite reasonable too. But then again, those are systems old enough, they're probably being scrapped in droves. So $10 is probably the going rate for that combination. Retrotech Chris says, so the way to win the cheap PC challenge is to launder machines. Yeah, I was, I did have that thought, Chris. I was kind of wondering, I was like asking Jesse if maybe next year I could maybe buy one of those 7th gen i5 systems for maybe like $1 plus shipping. Keep that one in mind, Jesse. The offer stands, although I'll have to wait until like it's announced to make sure it's not disqualified for being bought too early, but especially if it could be like a 7th gen, like nice i5, i7 if I'm lucky. Heck, I might pay like $5 for an i7 system. Plus shipping. And yes, I'm being specific of like, HP Elite Desk 800 G3 minis. Oh, okay, well that's not big enough to put a full-size GPU in. So, okay. No, I was thinking that maybe you all were scrapping like Optiplex like 7 or 9,000 series systems that had 7th gens in it. Cuz at least those you can shoehorn a full-size GPU in. Yeah, because actually the problem is the Optiplex 3020 is really not intended for an R9 390 graphics card. I was thinking of taking, because I have an I have an Optiplex 3020. It's slightly disassembled right now because I had to borrow a few of its parts for the cheap PC challenge. I had to borrow the heatsink because Dell uses a proprietary connector. Heatsink isn't one of the parts you had to buy for the competition, so that was one of those wherever you get it, it doesn't matter parts. So yeah, I borrowed it for my 3020. But I'd actually look to maybe borrow the case as well, so I could just put the whole thing in a case. But I would have to Dremel the drive bay out to be able to fit the R9 390 in the case because it conflicts. And I kind of thought, I'd rather put my 3020 back together so at least I have a system I could quickly put into use for something. However, after I finish the cheap PC challenge entry, there is a distinct possibility that I will put the i5 processor back in my 3020 because it's just an i3. It would give me a nice little boost in performance if I had to throw the computer into use for something, but yeah, Jesse says I have more computers to replace. Some are i5 and some have i7s. Nice. Well, keep me in mind. Jesse says we, as in me and my techs, fought over the few small form factor systems we had. Yeah, I bet you did. Hey, we're all geeks. We have uses for those, even those small form factor systems. They make nice little Linux systems. In fact, actually, it'd almost be cool to set one of those up as an SMB1 server for my vintage computers. Actually, I do have a 3020 small form factor. Maybe I will. Maybe I might just put Linux on that and use that as my SMB server. Because actually, I could still install Raspbian on it. Because I think they still have the desktop version of Raspbian. I mean, granted, the Raspberry Pi does draw less power. And maybe I might... Actually, I just realized if I get a Raspberry Pi 5, I could actually use an NVMe drive I have laying around instead of the SD card. Hey, Dave! Welcome! Actually, now I want a Raspberry Pi 5. I might just buy one anyways, even though I want to maybe try to get an LTE 286 that has a working power adapter. I may just get a Raspberry Pi 2. Because I realized I could use an NVMe drive with the Raspberry Pi 5 as a PCIe X1 NVMe drive. But, well, it's doing no good just sitting on my shelf because it was the NVMe drive I had in my old HP Z440 workstation, which, if anyone was wondering which system, I might have been talking about at near the beginning of the stream when I said that I'd never ever pulled cards out of a system that was actually powered on. Yeah, that was my old previous HP Z440 workstation. I'm pretty sure that's what killed it. I can't think of anything else that might have done it, but yeah, I didn't realize it was in sleep mode because of how long it had been in sleep mode for a week or two. And I just opened the case up and pulled the graphics card out of it. And then after I did that, I realized there was a light on the motherboard that's only on when the system's on. And yeah, the computer was dead. I never got it to do anything. I'm pretty sure that system did not like me pulling the graphics card out while it was powered on. Interestingly enough, though, the graphics card still worked. I did not manage to damage it pulling it out while the system was in sleep mode. But I believe I did something to the motherboard on that computer. So B-Borg said, just heard my BBS modem answer. I gotta remember to change the initial string to turn off the speaker. All right, I gotta my bet is Retrotech Chris just connected. Considering he was asking about it a little while ago. All right. So it looks like my Emerson Matrix 2000 is. Busted, Chris. Chris says, only got in at 2400 BPS though, trying again. Yeah. Yeah. Chris probably thought he'd be able to dial in and and the carrier tones gave you away. those meddling carrier tones. All right. I think this board is working as intended. I don't think I did anything to it by reflowing the power connector. Yeah, it might be a setting on your side, Chris, or or VBorg might have to power cycle it. Yes, one or the other. The old IT fix. Did you turn it off and back on again? Okay, so I think the actually I'm gonna stop the memory test. This is gonna take a while to test 4 megs of memory on a 286. I think the main thing I wanted to do, yes, was test the video because I added the extra RAM. Oh, I probably need to reboot and see if it. I guess check it only tests. Yeah, check it only tests 256K of RAM. Although the thing is, I ran a memory test on the RAM on the other 286 board, and until something, whatever heated up that causes failures, the RAM was testing fine. So I think the RAM I put in this system to upgrade the VRAM is fine and works. Because I think whatever was causing the failures, not memory. Because if I put Sims in, it did the same thing too. It system warms up and that starts giving memory errors. So, and this is actually the same Sims that I was trying in that other board. So, I'm pretty sure I put 2 working memory chips in this board into the VRAM. So, I think the real test would be if I installed Windows and then installed the Trident drivers and then set a resolution that needed extra VRAM. I'm pretty sure it's good. I'll reboot the system and make sure the banner said 512K VRAM. And then I'll move on to the next system because I don't have caps to recap the power supply to put this thing completely together. Although, maybe I might take a look at the floppy drives that were in it. And, oh, I guess that is something I could do. I could take a quick look at the floppy drives and clean them. And then I could put them back in the system and... Okay. So I can at least do that. I can at least get the floppy drives. Oh, I think I just thought of an even better thing to do. I think I did just think of something better to do. Okay, well that looks good. And if, 512K VGA mode, alright. So, excellent. That's fine. I have the floppy drive configured, but it's not present. So anyways, if anyone was just curious, you didn't see my stream on Tuesday, it's running PC DOS 2000, which reports as PC DOS version 7 or version 1. Which I have to give it to IBM. I think PC DOS 2000 has more free conventional memory after installing it than does MS-DOS 622. And I have not run IBM's memory utility that increases your free conventional RAM. So hats off to IBM. And yes, I installed PC DOS 2000 on this system because it is the Emerson Matrix 2000. So it's like, I thought they went together like peas in a pod. All right. Actually, there was the one thing I thought of. Even you're probably thinking, well, what's even better than putting the floppy drives back in this system? And, well, the reason I thought of it is because I've got the Pentium 2 system back up and running. And it's actually something that I may actually wait for the files to copy onto a zip disk. But I just realized this computer had the original hard drive in it. That hard drive is spinning up. And I would like to see if there's any data on it. Oh, it's just, okay. Sorry, I thought something was amiss with something on my workbench. All right. Anyways, I would like to see if there's any data to recover from it, specifically the menu system that Emerson shipped with their computers. I'm hoping I don't find things on the drive. But I need to put the drive in a computer that I can actually copy the files over. Also, I do need to, if I'm doing this, I need to be careful when I do it, and I need to stop Windows from loading, because I don't want to accidentally overwrite anything. All right, let me go grab the drive. All right. So there is the original drive that shipped with the Emerson Matrix 2000. It's the venerable Seagate ST157A. 40 whole megabytes of spinning rust. Back in the day, this probably cost a small fortune. Now it's just a relic of time that could fail at any moment, and I'd like to get the data off of it. Also, do not low-level format. Do not apply pressure to cover. Do top cover. And it draws 1.4 amps of 5 volts and 2 amps of 12 volts. That's actually pretty power hungry. Also, I'm going to need to look up the geometry on this drive because it does not auto-detect. So let me pull that up real quick. Yay! Chris was able to connect to VBorb's BBS. All right. All right, so I believe this drive is 560 cylinders, 6 heads, 26 sectors. That sounds right. I think it's a 45 megabyte drive, if this is correct. And internally, it uses an RLL27 encoding. And it looks like it has no cache, which is probably correct. All right. Okay. Oh, let me zoom out. Because I know these drives are very sensitive to what direction they are operated in, I am going to operate the drive like this. Luckily, the bracket that it's attached to is holding the electronics off the metal, so I don't have to worry about shorting anything out. There are yes, I believe I've got it jumpered correctly, because actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug it in place of the CD-ROM drive, but not using that cable because that cable has a notch on it. And also, I think I just realized I had that IDE cable on backwards in the system. All right, use that cable because it's got a notch. That one's got a notch. I think I need to go grab the original cable that was in the computer because I need the drive because I think that cable did not have a notch. Yes, I believe this is the original cable. It does not have a notch, which also means I'm at greater risk of plugging it in backwards because it also does not have a key pin. However, by the magic of using another cable to compare with, I do know where pin 1 is. Because of course, Seagate did not label that on the bottom of the drive. Oh, well, they didn't label it on the bottom of the drive, but they labeled the header, but not which one's pin 1. Well, I am going to have to clip the vintage zip tie, so... Well, zip tie that is possibly 30 years old without having had anyone clip you. Well, sorry, I had to clip you so that I could plug this cable into the system. All right. All right, good night, Will. Joe says, do not taunt Happy Fun Ball. Also, do not taunt Happy Seagate Drive. And V-Borg still has a functional quantum Bigfoot. I actually tried to buy one of those on eBay, and that was another one of my potential regrets. That seller did refund my money as well. And strangely enough, they did not want me to return the drive. I'm noticing a trend here that sellers don't want to have you return the dead drive to them. All right. I will leave it on table cam momentarily in case this drive decides to like do something spectacular. 3, 2, 1. It definitely spun up. Oh. Okay. All right, let's see here. So that I need to go to user defined. And this drive is five. Oh, hold on. Did you turn on numlock? 560. 560 cylinders, 6 heads, and 26 sectors. Yep, that looks right. All right. Uh, every time I try to do drive ASMR, it comes back to haunt me. And that my sound gets messed up. All right. Drive is seeking now. All right. All right. So this drive should be D if it mounted. And it did. And that is definitely the drive. All right. So let me I can find an example. Xcopy. I want to copy everything, including empty directories. All right, so I think I want xcopy C, or no, D, to C temp Emerson /S/E and I want to verify, since this is an old drive, I think that looks good. Oh. Oh, there we go. Let's try that again. Apparently I was running the Xcopy that was on the hard drive that I'm trying to copy from. Tell you what, since this will probably take it some time to copy, I'll let you all enjoy the sounds of the drive, assuming it actually continues to copy. Well, the hard drive light's on, but I thought it would start printing out file names. Oh, that's intentional. It was the request for the drive ASMR, which is more boring than I thought because it's not making clicky noises. Jack says, makes you appreciate how silent computers are now. Hard drive noise is nostalgic. Except I am seemingly noticing a lack of noise. Specifically, I don't hear the stepper motor, but It's not to say that it's not, but... Alright, well, I'm going to let it go for a while. The hard drive light is on, so I'm only assuming that it's doing something, so... Beborg says, well, in real life, they're not this loud. Aww. That might explain it. Alright, let me see if I can find if there's a parameter to, like... let's see, /C continues copying even if errors occur. Oh, it's possible that maybe if the microphone's close enough, you might actually hear the stepper motor. Because I'm hearing the hard drive spindle motor and the dehumidifier running behind me. Beborg says, I have a 10 megabyte Seagate MFM drive I need to get cables for so I can test it. Yeah. Ah, Gutpalm just finished a video. Yay! Okay, I think... There says neat. Dave says, hi, Joe. Dave also said, hi, Jack. Yes. Ah, Jack says, I hear a rhythmic sound like once a second. Sounds like a stepper to me. Thomas says, are we ready for Doom? Well, I'm actually trying to copy data off the 40 megabyte drive for my Emerson Matrix 2000, and I think we've hit a bad sector, like, right off the bat. Retrotech Chris says, nice, a video featuring content from the one and, fortunately, the only Retrotech Chris. Okay, if I get another error reading the drive, I'm going to abort and maybe run ScanDisk. Because somehow I suspect this drive is quite possibly just trying to retry that whatever it's hit. Because I know it's a slow drive, but I sure thought it would have, like, copied by now. Alright, let's go to abort. And I guess now we gotta wait for it to, Alright, and now we wait for it to actually give up. Gutbomb says, well, I also had help from another Chris L that is into Retrotech. Retrotech Chris says, haha, well, that's lucky. Well, this is fun. Alright. Enough of that waiting. Yeah, now I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to run ScanDisk on my C drive, too. Alright. Of course, granted, ScanDisk on the C drive is only just to make sure there's no cross-linked files for me having to restart the computer while it was trying to copy. Actually, the three-finger salute didn't do anything. I had to use the reset button. It was locked waiting for the... Probably it was locked waiting for the Seagate drive to, like, probably give up for the umpteenth time. I'm not going to surface scan the C drive. Okay, we're good here. Alright. Alright, I guess let's, I might as well let ScanDisk try to fix them, because otherwise Xcopy is going to take forever. There, that's probably the one that... Alright. Alright, it does appear as if ScanDisk is probably more able to cope with bad and failing sectors than Xcopy is, so... Alright, we'll let ScanDisk scan this drive real quick. Probably fortunate that I'm live streaming now to try to recover the data. Oh yeah, you should have some drive ASMR now. So I'll be quiet and let you enjoy the sound of heads ticking along. That didn't sound good. Was it me, or did that sound like the heads kind of funked and came back? Yes, it might be spin right time. Spin right might fix this drive right up. And hopefully this drive would be of a right vintage for spin right to run on it. Alright, well this is promising. Only 2 bad clusters. So maybe I'll be able to copy the data off now that I've run ScanDisk. Alright, let me... Oops. Oh, it had actually copied nothing. Alright, X copy D C temp Emerson, and I want it to S E V and full names. Alright. Oops. Okay, that was weird. I didn't expect it to make grinding noises so soon after running ScanDisk. Maybe it's good I'm copying the data off now. Joe says, I am manually moving virtual machines between servers right now because 2012 R2 is too old to automatically sync to 2022. Joe then follows saying, that sounded grumpy. Well, if I was manually copying virtual machines between servers right now, I'd probably be a little bit grumpy too, so I feel your pain, Joe. I've had to move virtual machines between servers. It's not fun. Oh, good. I think Quick Menu is one of the programs I was hoping to back up, and... I think that's one of the Emerson programs. Joe conveniently forgot that I needed a Server 2016 intermediary. Joe also says it's fine. Most of the stack needs a clean rebuild. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if it's me, but it sure seems like there's an awful lot of duplicate copies of files on this hard drive. Oh, cool! Apparently they have Foil 2 installed. It's probably already archived. But that's cool. Oh, apparently they have a fortune-telling program installed, whoever last used it. Also something called Pro. Not sure what that is right offhand. Wait, did they have Carmen Sandiego installed on here at one point? Odd, they probably deleted it. Acme.dat. Sim City. Ooh, WordPerfect 5.1. Here's a file called Joe 2. Joe might be on this computer. Figuratively. Thomas Armstrong says, time for pizza. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, some more games. Don't recognize that one. Don't know what Paga is. There's Caves. Duke Nukem? They had Duke Nukem on this computer? I guess that's Duke Nukem 1. I guess maybe that'd run on a 286. I mean, obviously it ran on a 286, because there wasn't an accelerator card in the computer that I saw. I mean, I guess they could have had one. Oh! Looks like they had Commander Keen installed. Commander Keen 1, maybe? How much you want to bet that's the shareware version? What's it called? Dragon? Oh, they had Lotus 123 installed. How exciting. I will not be reinstalling most of the software back onto the computer because it's just too boring. Now, the games they had installed, however, I may reinstall most of them just because, well, they had them installed. Maybe that's a sign that they ran okay on a 286. Although it would be interesting to see if Lotus 123 can make use of a floating point processor. Oh, hey, Jesse. Well, I finally got the... Don't know when you departed, but I'm copying data off the Emerson Matrix 2000's original hard drive. I got it to... Well, I ran ScanDisk on it to map the two bad clusters, and, well, we're copying. Looks like they had Quicken installed. A puzzle game of some sort. Commander Keen Dream? Is that weird game that was made by that different company? I think that might be it, yeah. There's the util directory. Oh. Did I miss Jill of the Jungle? Oh. Utila's all games. Okay. Well, maybe that's how they hid their games from their spouse at one point. They put it in the util directory. I don't know. Either that or they just made poor choices on installing things. Oh, Vborg is just naming games. But Gutbomb, I think, has noticed that, yes, I believe, now that you mentioned that, Gutbomb, I think I have seen several games in the util directory. I also think I've seen at least 2 different DOS installs, or more likely, someone copied DOS into the root directory of the drive because they didn't have their path set up and they got tired of having to change directories into where the DOS actually was installed. Prove me wrong. I'm pretty sure that's why there's DOS in the root directory, though. Okay, that may very well be Wolfenstein 3D there. Yes, I believe that either there are games installed in the util directory or something's gotten cross-linked. Because, well, there's Wolfenstein 3D. CD Man. Let me guess, that's a Pac-Man clone. Galaxy? Oh, that's going to be Commander Keen 4. Goodbye, Galaxy. Prince 2? Is that going to be the sequel to Prince of Persia 1? Yeah, I think, Sad Mac, I think I did see Wolfenstein scroll by. Four in one? Munch? I wonder if that was a baseball game. Mugshot? Okay, some programmer game called Mugshot and Radlib. Gossip? Okay, that was some 4-in-1 app set, probably. Klondike? Okay, that's, Klondike is Solitaire. And then check it. Okay. I find it highly suspect that they had Check It installed, considering it's the last thing that was copied. Yeah, it finished finally. I think I might be the person that installed Check It because I wanted to run Check It on the computer. Okay, that one's my fault. Normally I wouldn't have installed it on a drive like this, but okay, at least I did realize that one's me. I was trying to see if the computer worked because I had suspect it didn't. All right, I have recovered the programs that were on that computer. And yes, I turned my filters back on. Joe says, silence. Yeah, Klondike Solitaire. All right, I am going to, Joe says, steals your Check It serial number. Well, I got that serial number from a totally legitimate backup place. Has backup copies of lots of software for everyone that lost their original copies that they never had. Gutbomb says, you're quite clicky and staticky now with the filters, though. Bummer. I thought I had figured out what was causing that. Hold, please. All right, hopefully that cleared that up. I was convinced that I had figured out that the static was being caused by the fact that the gain was turned all the way up on my microphone. Well, I guess now I can say that, yep, it looks like OBS is to blame. All right, let me, all right, now that I copied the data off, I'm plugging the optical drive back in. I'm going to boot into Windows, and we'll see what was actually on the Emerson Matrix 2000. Because I'm going to have to get it into some format that I can copy it off this computer. So, all right. I'll plug the optical drive back in. Oh. The mouse is plugged in, so we're good to go back into Windows. All right. Yeah, I disabled and re-enabled the video source. This is what I get for upgrading to OBS 30. Yeah, Vborg says, I wish the drive in my Emerson had worked. I would have loved to see what was on it. Yeah, I wish the... Oh. It probably would help for me to go... I wish the drive in my Emerson 500 EC had worked. But it was definitely dead. I'd wish the drive in my Emerson SX386... or my Emerson Elite SX386 had worked, but unfortunately that drive was dead and had signs of head crashes like galore on the platters. So that was definitely a not going to get anything off of that one. My Emerson 8000 EC either never had the hard drive or it got pulled at some point. The Emerson 8800 EC also, I'm not sure it had a hard drive. If it did, it got pulled at some point. But yeah, my Matrix 2000 is the only one that had a hard drive that even worked, albeit with 2 bad clusters. So it's the first one where I've been able to actually see what was on it. And actually, I want to... get a zip drive at the ready because I'm going to copy the data off of it. So what was on the Emerson Matrix 2000? Well, first of all, I can tell that I was not kidding when I said it looked like there was a DOS install in the root directory, because that certainly looks like a DOS install in the root directory. Because there's DOS, and interestingly enough, there's 2 files that I believe are where ScanDisk at some point fixed a file system error. And there's those 2 files there, so something tells me that I think that's all the evidence I need to say that they copied DOS into the root directory, probably because their autoexec.bat file didn't have a path. Oh, okay, it did have a path, but DOS wasn't in it. Yeah. The correct way to fix it, add DOS to the path. The incorrect way to fix it, copy DOS to the root directory. Anyways, yeah. That's possibly had Windows installed over it. Maybe, but I did not see Windows when the files copied. That's one thing I did not see on this drive. So if they had Windows on it, I think they deleted it. Okay, so we also were thinking that the util directory looked like there were several games in it. And I do believe that is the case because there's Golf and Goose and Fly and... I mean, there may be some utilities there because there's PK Unzip. But yeah, it sure looks like they put some games in the utils directory. Or maybe, in reality, maybe they unzipped some files and they didn't know how paths worked, so maybe they just unzipped them right into the util folder where PK Unzip was located. I certainly see enough evidence that says they fix things in weird ways. Yeah, Chris says, Retrotech Chris says, this is making my OCD, bleh, this is making my OCD go through the roof. Yeah, seriously. I might have to try some of these, like CD Man. Creative Dimensions. That's a quick note about the company. That doesn't tell me what CD Man is. Although there is a help file, but something tells me this isn't a Windows help file. Chris says, paths. Who needs paths? We have the proof that they are optional. Yeah, seriously. Anyways, yeah, there's a Keen 4E. Okay, that's where Commander Keen Goodbye Galaxy is supposed to be located. But it looks like they moved it to the Galaxy folder. Because that's definitely the shareware version of Commander Keen. Because right there's the read me first to tell you how to register it. Yeah, where did Keen go? Check the root directory. Commander Keen and Secret of the Oracle. Wait a minute. I thought Commander Keen 4 was Goodbye Galaxy. Maybe it is Secret of the Oracle. Well, I may have to put this back on the 286 and try it. Because there's Commander Keen Dream. Keen Dreams. Yeah, that may actually be the... Oh, that may be the registered copy. Heavyborg says, don't copy that floppy. Director DOS, Dragon, First, Fortune. Very interesting. This one I was curious about. Prince. Actually, it says Prince too, but I'm wondering if that's Prince of Persia. Yeah, Retrotech Chris says, wait, no, you are right. Secret of the Oracle is different. Yeah, I know. I'm like, that's totally confusing. Well, obviously, their directory keeping leaves something to be desired. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and type on the correct keyboard for starters. Oh, it's only going to let me do a short format. Interesting. All right. Go ahead and get this off the computer or onto a zip disk so I can have a backup of the backup. In case the all right. There's that, and all right. Okay, hopefully this won't take 19 minutes. Although then again, it might take 19 minutes. I don't know how long it took for the original X copy to work, but I would find it completely embarrassing if a zip drive is slower than a Seagate ST157A-1 drive. That would be totally embarrassing. But yeah, I'll get this data off of here because I might actually take the zip disk because I have a parallel port zip drive and I have a DOS guest driver that will actually run on an 8088, but I don't think there's anything stopping me from running it on a 286. And I might be able to copy the programs I want back onto the Matrix 2000 using my parallel port zip drive. So yeah, it's actually a paid driver. There's I registered it a year or two ago, but it's like someone in Germany makes it because iOmega never released a zip driver for those old of a computers. So yeah, this is like a guest program. It'll work on an 8088 and it'll work back on like DOS 3. Although you've got a partition size limit that's smaller than a zip disk. I think it only works with the Zip 100 drive, but this is a Zip 100 disk, so yeah. I guess that's one reason I like using compact flash cards too. But this isn't. I don't think this is the computer for getting the data off the zip drive and onto a compact flash card. I've been looking for a USB zip drive at a good price, so if I can find one of those, then I could actually use a modern computer to do the transferring. But I want to get these files off onto a zip disk. I think it is Palm Zip. It works with select Zip 100 drives. Yeah, I think it is Palm Zip. And I believe I have one of the zip drives it works with. Because it has to be a parallel port zip drive. So not the zip drive that auto configures for parallel or SCSI based on what you plug it into. That one's not supported. SCSI's not supported. It has to be a parallel port one. It has to be a parallel port zip 100, I believe. And I think there may even be like another gotcha or something. think your computer might have to have at least some, actually, it might work with standard parallel. But yeah, it's like, actually, while we wait for this to copy, which I don't think it's going to take 29 minutes. Oh yeah, yeah, it definitely is PalmZip. I recognize that website. All right, so this is the PalmZip program. If you want to blast from the past, go to the website. It's nothing fancy at all. But anyways, so apparently, according to this website, iOmega's driver requires DOS 4 or later. It won't run on an 8086 processor because it requires at least a 186 or an NEC V20. It uses a lot of memory and a long delay during boot process. PalmZip will run on DOS 2 or later. It will run on an 8086. A standard parallel port will work, but it supports a bidirectional parallel port. And it needs to be the iOmega Zip 100 parallel port version. The Zip Plus and late Zip 100 drives are not supported. You can download a demo version and see if it works, and I think there's some notes linked. So it works with normal zip disks under DOS 4 or higher. Under older DOS versions, there's some special formats you can use that'll give you 3 partitions on your one disk. And it uses 3K of memory, which is actually not bad. And it includes utility programs, Zipman for format and configuration, and Zipcopy, and those are about 2K each. So not a lot of memory at all. And it costs €8 by email or €12 if you want a disk and printed manual mailed in Germany. I'm sure international will be later. But yeah, €8, and you can use a parallel zip of the right vintage with your old vintage computers. How neat. Also, if I can get a network SMB1 server set up with a network card, then I can even not have to rely on zip disks for most things. Although still there is something to be said about having a zip drive with like some zip disk set up, maybe with the essentials for then getting it up on the network to go from there. Because with a parallel port zip drive, that gives you a lot of computers you could actually use that with, either using iOmega's guest program or PalmZip. Have a boot floppy with one of those drivers. Your program's on the zip disk to get you up to started to where you can get the network up and running. Or yeah, you could just use the network to copy files. Yeah. I guess the network support's small enough to put on a boot floppy. I mean, sometimes it can be nice to just not mess with the network depending on what you're trying to do. Okay, this is taking a little longer than I thought it would, but oh well. Gives me a chance to interact with the chat. Chris says, indeed, I have Microsoft Landman floppies for a variety of network cards, including the 3Com 3C509. Well, I might just need to get your floppy images then. Oh, here we go. I'm not. Maybe you've seen this card. I'd be interested to know if you've seen this card. Oh, ask and I'll find out that they're already on RetroTech Chris's GitHub. So, RetroTech Chris, have you seen the Davicom DM 9008F network card chip before? Because I haven't been able to find drivers for this card, but it'd be nice to be able to use it because it's got a ROM socket on it, but I can't find the disk for this card. Yeah, I'm probably prone to spoonerism too. Especially when I try to read things really fast. Yeah, this is one that Jeremy gave me, and the nice thing is it's got a ROM socket, but the bad thing is I can't find the config utility for it, which probably has the driver for it. The interesting thing is Davicom does seem to exist still, but there's no reference to this card anywhere on their website. Yeah, I just need to break down and get some 3Com ISA card. Oh, yeah, I need to break down and get some 3Com ISA cards, but well, okay, this is a US Robotics, but 3Com did buy them at some point, but yeah, but not these cards. Although apparently you can dial up BBSs still with these. Although I'm wondering if this is actually a WIN modem now that I look at it. Are there ISA WIN modems? Thomas Armstrong says in 2000 drivers. Well, the problem is I don't know that the N2000 drivers will help because I actually would like to configure the card for the ROM socket, and I think I need its utility for that. Of course, I could be wrong, but all right, hopefully these files will finish copying here. Yeah, Vborg says if you have a phone line or VoIP. Well, I'd probably, yeah, shivers at WIN modem. Yeah, I was looking at this card, looking at the analog devices chip on it, and it's an AD1801JS, and I was kind of starting to think that is this a WIN modem and using the computer as actual sound source? Then again, though, it just may be a relatively new, probably, I think it's a 56K modem. I don't remember what I pulled it out of now. I'd have to go back and watch some live streams. It might not be a WIN modem. Clovis Armstrong says, put a ROM in it and plug it in. Well, I may have to try that. Jesse says, Justin is going to have me do a whole shopping list at this rate. Yeah, we're at 10 minutes, and I think now the time is decreasing up. And we just had Joe dial into the chat. Yeah, I'm having trouble reading that, Joe. You pronounced that much better than I. Of course, every time Joe does that, I imagine that there's like a phone line plugged into his ear, but don't do that. Like the one time I was at the ear, nose, throat doctors, and they're telling me, wait, don't put Q-tips in your ear. To which I ask, well, sometimes my ear itches. What can I do then? He's like, well, put some hydrocortisone cream on the end of a Q-tip and stick it in your ear. I'm like, but you just told me not to do that. And he's like, except if you're doing that carefully. RetroTech Chris thinks he just found the driver for that card. Yeah, so don't stick anything in your ear. Unless the ear, nose, throat doctor specifically tells you to stick it in your ear, but then, yeah, carefully. Oh, I think. All right, let's see here. Driver guide. Download Davicom DM9008F driver. Oh, download the driver file only, free. Oh, yeah, is this that website that... Oh, and it downloaded the file. Excellent. So that might actually mean the site actually had the file. And it is a... Oh, wait a minute. I think it's a... That's a self-extracting file of some point, of some sorts. Let me open it with 7-zip. I think I think this actually is the drivers. There's the utility folder. I think there's actually a boot ROM in the utility folder. That's neat. Yep, there Windows 95, 98, NT3540. There's the packet. Yep, there's the packet driver for DOS. OS2 ODI, NetWare, Indus2. Yeah. I think you did it, Chris. I think that's what I've been looking for. Oh. Yeah, Chris says I just downloaded it. It is legit. For files that still, quote, exist, driver guide is okay. Otherwise, you get their stupid driver updater instead. Joe says, I used to sit for long periods of time watching this thing just for fun, referring to the 3D Maze screensaver. I did too back in the day. Eborg says, I ruptured my sinus cavity in my ear with a small sharp thing once. Was scratching and my buddy smacked my arm. Oh, ow. Oh. Oh, ow. Yeah. Awesome. I'll be able to put this network card in something. Oh, that's right. I know what I was going to put this network card in. Guess what? It's as soon as this finishes copying to the zip disk, I know which computer's on the bench next. Joe says 3D was so fancy at the time. Yeah, it was. All right. I now have a backup on a zip disk. Just in case the original hard drive dies and the one in this computer dies too. So let me mark this. It's the Okay. Since I have 3 nearly identical looking zip disks, I have now labeled the one that has those files on it. All right. Thank you again, Pentium 2 system. You have done another good deed in the basement, and now you may go back to your resting spot because everybody's favorite Emerson computer is about to make it to the workbench. Retrotech Chris says, a lot of the files in that download are UMC 9008. Hopefully Davicom just rebranded that chip. Well, I hope so. And in fact, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what they did, because given what they do now, they do something with like communications and networking. Quite honestly, they may be rebranding what they sell now. All right, the Talking 286 is about to. Why is that, you might be asking? Yeah, I'll get the. All right. Well, this computer is special. All I can say. It is a very special computer. Not only does it have this completely ridiculous password scheme where the Duggars could give a password to each of their children, and I think still have some passwords left to assign, which, quite honestly, that's ridiculous in and of itself. But the onboard BIOS is doing something really weird to drives. I think it is co-opting track 0 of the drive for its little password protection scheme. Because if I format a drive in this computer, a hard drive in this computer, and then put it in another computer, it's unreadable. And I think that's because what should be on track 0, the master boot record and the partition table, I think is actually on track 1. Although I haven't actually found a utility to let me see what's on track 0 and track 1. I think the computer is putting something else on track 0 and yeah, security by, Jesse says, security by obscurity. Yeah, I think that's kind of what they tried to do. Anyways, it's quite annoying to deal with. So I would kind of like to. Oh, let me grab the Seagate hard drive that I set somewhere, because it's at least formatted in this computer. I would like to use the XT IDE. Oh, Joe says Norton disk editor. Okay. Well, I may just get that. All right. I've got several drives I can check. All right. Chris is saying Davicom DM9008F is software compatible with any 2000. All right. Excellent. And now that I have the config utility, I can configure it for the boot ROM. I'll go ahead and put the card in so I can at least make sure that utility detects it. Go in. There we go. It's in. All right. Also, I think the case is slightly warped or something. Yeah, Vborg says I need to get a GoTech. Still working old school with the Grease Weasel and 3.5-inch drives. Yeah. I've got a Grease Weasel, but I only use it for archiving images that aren't archived. and the occasional need to write a disk for a platform that has some weird reason why I don't use a GoTech with it. I think I've written a couple of Amiga disks with it. Okay, I know I had the Seagate drive. That was in this computer. And then I set it. Oh, there it is. Security by obscurity. I set it upside down on the bench, and since it was upside down, I didn't see the Seagate label on the top of it. Yeah, RetroTech Chris might recognize this drive. Maybe. Well, he might not, because it looks like I marked out some of the writing that was on it. Yes, all I need to do to hide a drive for myself is set it upside down on the workbench. Ah, RetroTech Chris has an NE2000 boot disk. Excellent. All right, so let's see here. So what have I... Okay, since this computer was last on stream, really the only thing I did is I actually screwed it into the case. Ah, Chris remembers that drive, yes. This is the Cirrus Logic video card I was using with it. This is the sound card I decided to try to use with this computer. It's my ESS 688 card. I don't remember right offhand why I decided to try to use that card with this computer, but it had something to do with... That card is... It's not a plug-and-play card, so I thought it was more appropriate to put in this computer than, say, a computer that has ISA and can totally plug and play natively. All right. All right. Go ahead and skip the memory test. Oh, I gotta change inputs again. So I've got 8 megs of RAM in this computer because and the reason why I'd only counted 5 up is because the other 3 is set to be EMS memory. I just don't have an EMS driver installed. All right. So got DOS. Jesse says, I bought a GoTech on Black Friday special, but didn't do anything with it yet. The open flops W1D, on the other hand, has been used a lot. Oh, yeah. Yep. One of my Compaq LTEs was on the list of possible computers, but does not look like I'm going to get to it tonight. However, as you might have heard by the Badoop in Windows, I just plugged a thumb drive into this computer and it worked because it's the new thumb drive I bought the other day and actually remembered to wipe it and bring it back downstairs. So I'm going to create a quick floppy disk image here. All right, got a new image. I'm going to put those drivers onto a blank disk image. We extract to 9008. All right, image, inject. Downloads. All right, that's not doing what I wanted it to do. All right. Oh, okay, I see what I need to do. Inject a folder. All right, downloads. Oh, there's too many files on this. All right. All right. Apparently, I made WinImage mad, so now I need to kill the process. All right. That is how mad I made it. All right. Let me try that again. Apparently, the files in that. Oh, wait a minute. Let me do this the other way. New. All right. How about I copy the executable file that I downloaded, and then I'll extract it on the computer. Ah, there we go. That makes more sense. There we go. All right. And all right. All right. Let's see here. Make dir. Actually, all right. There we go. Retrotech Chris used Uni-Extract to extract the files from that executable. Looks like it was made in WinRAR. Jeff Bomb's dad paid for WinRAR. Yeah, I thought I recognized the icon on the executable. It looked like WinRAR's self-extracting icon, which it appears as if I was correct. It probably is WinRAR's self-extractor icon. Oh, the thing is, when you extract it, the files are like 1.7 megabytes and too big to put on a floppy disk, so this program must be run under Win32. Of course it does. Of course it does. Okay. Plan B. B for barricade. All right. I used 7-zip to extract it because I didn't want to run the executable. All right. So I am going to just basically take the files, divide them into, and I'll put them on 2 floppy images. Just says hang on. helpful, I made a zip file out of it. I'd have to copy PK unzip to this computer. Although that would be a lot more handier to hold on to the zip version of it. All right. Because actually, I think all I really need at this moment is just the utility folder. Because actually, in that zip file, there are some interesting file directories. Because there's BOM and CAD and circuit. Surely that's... and Gerber? Some interesting directories. Almost like it's got the design of the network card right in the folder. Oh, and it's got the source code for the NT40 driver. That's neat. Oh, yeah. I think there's a couple directories that I don't need. All right. So for this floppy image I'm trying to create, I think I can delete the source code directories, although in reality they're not that large. But they do add up. And I think I can delete BOM, CAD, circuit, and Gerber, because those are not going to be drivers. And I guess to make sure it's small enough to fit on one floppy image, I can delete the OS2. And honestly, I can delete the NT drivers, because there we go. So now I have a lean and mean. There we go. 752K. So now I should be able to create a floppy. If someone realizes that I deleted too much, feel free to point out that I deleted too much. But I left landman.dos, ndis2, netware, although I didn't need netware, packet, utility, Win95, Win98. Although in reality, I think that was too much because this is a 286. I don't think I'm going to be running Windows 98 on this 286. As much as that might be amusing, I'm pretty sure the first time it switched into real mode, even if I did put in all the magic switches to make it bypass all its checks, I'm pretty sure if I did try to run Windows 98 installer on this computer, the first time it tries to switch to protected mode, it's going to crash. Yeah, if that's actually the BOM for the card, you could recreate the card. As neat. Well, and honestly, if that actually is a... VBorg says that's quitter talk. Well, as the song goes, you got to know when to fold. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Got to know when to say, "Hi, Jeremy, welcome." You remember those network cards you gave me way back in, say April, I guess it would have been. Oh, I was about to lift the keyboard and give you a sneak peek, but I realized I'm showing my screen. Yeah, I found or Retrotech Chris found the potentially what's the driver disk for it. You'd given me one that had a ROM socket on it. Um, UM9008 plug and play Ethernet controller configuration in a diagnostic program. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a rebranded UMC 9008 Ethernet controller. Chris, what do you normally set a network card to? Is it like port 300 and IRQ 10? Yeah, I think you found it because it found it. Node address. I'm pretty sure that's the MAC address of this card. Not that I can see a label, but it's showing me too much for it not to be the actual disk. Yeah, Retrotech Chris says, I think for my jokingly saying, yeah, Windows 98, 95, 98 requires a 386 or higher, and it has to be a 386 with a high enough stepping value. Yeah. I'm actually pretty sure that even if you did bypass all the checks, I could see Microsoft still leaving a 286 check just for the like one person silly enough to try it. Jeremy says, I had to go back to Austin, Texas to get one of my Christmas presents. It won't fit into a cardboard box. Oh, the reason why I was asking, Chris, is because I don't think IRQ4 is actually available because there's two COM ports on this computer, and those are going to be IRQ3 and 4. So I thought you normally set a network card to like IRQ10. I may just have failed to enable it in the BIOS. And let's see, want to enable. Okay, so I can have a 16, 32, or 64 kilobytes. So, oh, let's see here. Oh, Jeremy says it was a 2018 Subaru. Nice. That is a very nice Christmas gift that will serve you well. I do hope you enjoy your Subaru. Says a Subaru driver. Oh, interesting. Oh, might have to install a boot ROM first. That is. Dborg says MAC address comes back to CNET Technology Incorporated. Interesting. CNET Technology Incorporated. Interesting. Yeah, because actually what I was noticing is it seems to be telling me. Yeah, okay. I'll try installing a boot ROM. Oh, Jeremy's worried about the head gasket issue down the line, though. Yeah, that is one concern. Well, hopefully you'll get at least another couple years down the line before you have to start worrying about it. Yeah, Retrotech Chris is pointing out that BNC AUI is interesting. This thing has RJ45 on it, doesn't it? Yes, it does. That is a very interesting. All right. And it's actually not letting me. Change it. Now it's asking me, do you really want to change it? Yes. I guess I could run the diagnostic and see if onboard card test. All right, well, that says it's okay. One network card test? All right. Well, I've got a. Hold on, if I can. Whoops. Don't worry. I just bumped the cable. All right. I'm curious, especially if I can find the other end of the Ethernet cable. Which, considering I used a ridiculously long cable, is. There it is. Probably on the floor. Oh, I think it's actually sending. Oh, it is actually sending packets onto my network. As far as I can tell. I think this card might work. All right, let me see if I can't find a. I do think Subaru has done some work to make head gaskets more reliable. So, all right. Trying to think of what the quickest way to get a ROM to put in this is. Okay. All right. Because the XT IDE BIOS has to be configured for a particular computer. But I believe I have a generic boot ROM. That does the same thing that I want to do, which is why I'm even bothering in the first place. Let me see if I can't find the file here real quick. All right. Oh, it would probably also help if I plug in the programmer now, wouldn't it? All right, let me see if I can't find it. It's probably inconveniently in my downloads folder along with a bunch of other images. Let's see here. Yes. All right. Uh-oh. Bad internet. All right, my internet's not getting a cookie tonight. Is it just disconnected and reconnected? I guess it couldn't stand the suspense of me trying to find the BIOS file that I know I dumped for one of these chips. Actually, it may not be on this computer now that I think about it. Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh, wait. Or is it in this directory here? Oh, and yep, I just found it, but now I need to. I don't remember which one it was. 32K ROMs. Okay. What type of EEPROM does it take? I think it needs a 27C, like 256 or 512, and I think I've got some that are erased. Jeremy says, but your internet always gives your computer cookies, though. Yeah, but I'm not going to give my internet a cookie. Actually, what I was looking for was the image file I want to write. I don't remember. Um, all right, I think I know which one I'm looking for here. 27C256. I think that's a 32K one. AMD one's fine. All right. Load. I think it is the Promise PTI 007 upper. Yep, I think that's the one. All right, let me. Oh, sorry, it just ran over some bubble wrap. All right, I think I've got some blank ROMs. Very short experiment. All right, hold please. Oh, well, actually, maybe the reason I can't find them is because I don't have. Doesn't make any sense. maybe out of blank EEPROM. Maybe that's why my box labeled to clean and erase is so large, because I need to erase more EEPROMs. All right, I think this is probably about the point where... Oh, and it's conveniently midnight. So not only can I not find my EEPROMs, but that is going to be a future Justin problem as to what I did with the EEPROMs that should be blank. I think I set something on top of them to protect their windows, even though they're blank EEPROMs. So in reality, that's probably not necessary, but yeah. All right. Well, I guess. Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. There might be maybe one thing I could try first if the card is sitting close by. Oh, here we go. Okay. I have a card. It has an EEPROM in it. It is an EEPROM that is bootable. So, all right. Because I am curious. Because either this utility is looking for an EEPROM that's in the card, and then it'll let me configure an address, or there's something enabled in the BIOS on this computer that's making it think that there's no available address space on EEPROMs. So this is a 27C256. It is the IDE ROM from a DTC controller card. And I'm trying to do this without removing the card. That means I'm trying to see where the notch on the socket is on the card. Because I don't need to remove the card if I can see the notch. Not on the bottom of the card, so that must mean it's on the top of the card. Dust the card real quick. All right, let me insert the ROM. Yes, this is some next level ROM insertion, but I'm fairly sure that I can't be the first person that's thought of this. I'm fairly sure that some IT person has probably done this before when corporate says, oh, we need to make a change to our network boot ROM and all our computers. Yeah, we know we have a blue million of them, but yeah, we need you to make that change like by tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. before everyone gets in. Get to work. Oh. Yeah, I forgot to remove the floppy, the USB from the GoTech. I'm sure some IT person before me got really good at removing and installing the ROM sockets without pulling the card from the computer. That's right. All right. If this program sees the ROM, we'll configure it. RetroTech Chris says, Jeremy's lamenting that a set of tires is $300, and RetroTech Chris is saying, $300 for a set of tires, sign me up. Yes, I could definitely say that. And Jesse's asking, are those new tires? Interesting. I believe that... All right. First of all, I'm looking at the 3 D800. Okay. This ROM needs to go at D800. I think it's telling me that it sees something at D800. Also at C1000, C800, D1000, D800. So I guess I need to go into the BIOS and... All right, so... Okay. Interestingly enough, this BIOS is showing the Century, but I do not believe it lets me enter the Century. Go figure. All right, boot device disk, fixed disk. Okay, that's fine. Okay, shadow. There's no shadow memory, so it shouldn't be a shadowing issue. Video. Let's see. System and ROM. Video and ROM. Huh. System information. All right, I guess I'm going to... Chris is wondering if this config utility is just a little off for the card. AUI BNC has me worried. Maybe so. I'm also having trouble... having trouble configuring the BIOS. It's like claiming there's a BIOS everywhere. So anyways, retro... let's see here. Jeremy was saying that... Oh. Oh yeah, Jesse says the standard Mercury Cougar tires are probably over $150 a pop these days, unless you get the tires that are a quarter-inch taller. Jeremy replies, which would throw the speedometer off. Oh, and Jesse says not a quarter-inch taller. RetroTech Chris says, I'm a simple man. I always just put Michelin Primacy MXV4 on my vehicles. Eborg says, I had 32-inch mud tires on my old Jeep. Yeah, Jesse says, yeah, quarter-inch won't throw the speedometer off, but much more than that, yes. Eborg says his speedometer didn't have a chance. Yeah, with 32-inch mud tires. Yeah, no kidding. I'm installing Checkit because I want to see what Checkit says in terms of what ROMs are on the system. Oh, hold on. Oops. I apparently, given how late it is, missed a prompt for something, and... Oh, let me guess. I needed to press Y and hit enter at the prompt where it was probably asking me, do you wish to install using these settings? And I guess Y wasn't the default. Okay. Also, I think I could just install it directly and whatnot. So we'll go through this wonderful virus scan again, where the interesting thing is it only virus scans disk 1. If you were really concerned that your install media has been infected, wouldn't you also then have me put disk 2 in to virus scan it too? Things that make you go, Oh, wait a minute. Did I already have check-in installed? Oh, I completely overlooked the fact that I have check-in installed. Never mind. That was the whole problem all along. Memory map. All right. So check it tells me that. So check it sees. So we got the video ROM from C1000 to C800, but then there's nothing between C800 to E1000. So that network utility should have been able to configure, or should have seen some blank addresses there. I know check it isn't maybe the most authoritative thing, but okay, yeah, I mean it. Okay, it sees the video RAM, but I mean it does see a ROM here at E1000. That's probably the system ROM or something. I'm pretty sure by it seeing nothing here as the memory's been cleared, so. Retrotech Chris is saying, yeah, for all of those addresses to be unavailable seems odd. Exactly. I do find that to be odd. Good suggestion, Chris. Oh, it also would probably help if I. There we go. Didn't have to check it disk inserted. All right. Chris suggested that I try again without. Uh, Hi, mem.sys loaded. Chris says it's also possible that the ROM is not detected at all and the program is just not smart enough to tell us that. It's also possible that it's not supposed to need the ROM inserted and there's some other thing keeping it from working. Yeah. No bueno. All right. I do have an idea. And normally I would probably be trying to wrap the stream up by now. However, I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so what's a few more minutes among friends? All right. So, what is my idea? My idea is that this config utility doesn't actually like 286 computers. or doesn't like this computer, because maybe this computer is doing something weird. After all, it talks, and it has a 21 user security implementation using the lowest quality password hash algorithm known to man, but that's who's squabbling among a few bits among friends. Uh, so before we assume that it's something with the card, given how weird this computer is, I'm going to grab, well, I'm going to pull the card out of this computer, and I'm going to put it in a computer that's a little less proprietary. And I'm not going to just like go grab the Matrix 2000 because it's a 286. I'm going to actually grab my 386 board or a 486 board, one of the two. Something that's like not a 286 and should be much more standard. In fact, actually, for this test, I could probably almost pull the Pentium 2 back on the bench, but I'll give another computer a chance. All right, I did put the ROM in correctly. So the ROM, if it does need a ROM inserted, the ROM is inserted. So, all right, in case there's something about this network card that it just isn't going to work in this computer, I'll at least put my filler slot back in. Okay. So, I will randomly pick another computer with ISA slot. Ah, all right. I think I see my chosen computer. It's actually just a motherboard, but well, motherboard, full computer, doesn't really matter. All right, I cannot use this drive. I cannot use because this computer did proprietary things to it. Maybe I should download Norton Disk Editor and solve that mystery too while I'm thinking of it. I'll do that later. I'm not going to do that tonight. All right. Well, talking computer, you are becoming a really annoying computer to do seemingly normal things on. Although this might not actually be its fault. It could be that program doesn't. That could be that program's way of politely telling you you're running on a 286. Go away. I want to run on a 386. Or later, you're running on a 286. Go away. So I have selected this random motherboard here. It's a socket. It's a nice socket 3 PCI ISA board. I've got an S3 Verge DX card inserted into it at the moment, which will probably work quite nicely. Oh, wait a minute. I think this is the S3 Verge DX. Oh, this is, I think, the one that Chris might have given me. All right. Wait, let me unplug the card. Oh, yeah, I think that is the one Chris gave me, because I think I now remember having to deoxit the card and socket to get it to work in this board. This is the 486 board that I got from the eBay seller that they had failed to ship it with the BIOS chip installed. Although I don't know if I mentioned it, I do have an update actually on that. So I left feedback for the seller, and I think in the feedback I mentioned something like I thought it was supposed to come with the BIOS chip, but I mean I programmed one for it and it worked. So other than that, everything was fine. Something like that. I like gave him the benefit of the doubt that it was an honest mistake when I left feedback, and I think I gave him positive feedback, but I put in it that it was missing something that I thought was included, but maybe I was wrong. It's like because I was over 30 days after receiving it when I opened the box, because I had like I don't remember when I received it, but it was like I got it, and I think it might have arrived like right before I went to the beach for a week. So I like set it down in the basement and then like went to the beach for a week and forgot about it. So it was like 30 it was over 30 days after receiving it before I actually opened the box when I realized, "Oh, wait a minute. I've got a motherboard here I need to test, don't I?" And so that's why I left the positive feedback that mentioned the missing BIOS chip, but other than that the board worked, because it was my fault for being so late in opening the package. Anyways, the seller, like a few weeks later or after that, contacted me. Is like, "Oh, I see that you bought this motherboard of mine, and it looks like I forgot to put the ROM chip in it. I'm kind of embarrassed. So, do you want me to like send you the ROM chip, or do you want me to like pay for a EEPROM?" So I replied back as like, "Well, I've already programmed a new BIOS chip for it, and the board works. So if you just wanted to pay for the EEPROM, that'd be fine by me." And so I guess a few minutes later, I get a message like, "Okay, well, I looked to see what EEPROMs were going for, and this appears to be their going price on eBay. Would this work for you?" And it was like $5 or something like that, and that more than covered the cost of the EEPROMs. I was like, "Yeah, that works." And 5 minutes after that, I had a PayPal payment for $5. Or actually, no, it was a partial refund for $5. Apparently, eBay lets you do a partial refund even like 45 days later. So it all worked out in the end. The moral of that story is I probably should have opened it sooner, but I did get a small refund for the trouble of having to put an EEPROM in it that I had to buy, that I had bought, not for this, but I had it on hand. Oh, yeah, I need to go grab a compact flash card. Oh, wait. Okay, I've got a compact flash card adapter here. It was hiding in plain sight. I think I have a compact flash card laying on the bench that should have DOS installed on it. Um. All right, I'm trying to figure out what I did with. Oh wait, no, I know what I did with it. It's sitting on top of. All right, this pause in the action has been brought to you by Justin. Set something to the side and apparently really hid it from himself when he did that. Oh, also, I left the flashlight on my phone and it was draining the battery. All right, hold on just one moment. I'm looking for I think it's a 32 megabyte compact flash card. Yeah, I realize it's like a really large compact flash card, but it's just big enough to have DOS 62 installed on it. And a stripped down version of DOS Bench. And you guessed it, I think it even has Check It on it. Yeah, big surprise there, I bet. And if it doesn't, I probably should install Check It on it. But yeah, it's a compact flash card that's small enough that even on systems with a like really small hard drive size limit, that it's small enough that it'll detect and work correctly. And I had it. Because it was setting with the Matrix 2000. And I thought I might have set it back on the. Oh. Jeremy says he's not seeing all the chat. Is chat misbehaving? Yeah, VBorg has a 16 megabyte compact flash card and is 486. Or in their 486. And apparently I've misplaced the 32 megabyte card because I wanted to use that because it has DOS 622 on it. Because I just wanted to not use PC DOS, although I guess PC DOS would probably work in a pinch. Oh, I like the 512 megabyte ones as well, but I only have like a small number of those. All right, let me take another look for the 32 megabyte card. Probably is sitting on top of. All right, I grabbed the compact flash card from the Matrix 2000 that's got PC DOS on it. If I have trouble with it, then I'll take another look for the 32 megabyte card that is floating around my bench somewhere. Or actually, I could probably pull the card out of my Emerson Elite SX386. Because there's nothing about that image that won't run on this board. I mean, it's got Windows on it, but... Alright. There we go. Alright, that Compaq flash card will probably show up here just as soon as I stop looking for it. Also, it probably does help to have drives configured to try to boot from them. Okay. Not sure what I was doing with this board to have all of the IDE disabled, but whatever. Oh. Might be one of those boards that... Alright, might be one of those boards that just kind of is slow to time out on detecting things if it's not there. Disk boot failure. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold, please. Alright. 993, 1663. I think it's auto-detecting the card correctly. I think the problem is... that. I think it needed to be normal. Interesting. Alright. Well, I think that auto-detected correctly. Weird. No, I don't think boot order is the issue here. All right. I have a feeling it has something to do with. Well, I think honestly, I think it has something to do with the fact of how the maybe maybe the Matrix 2000 did something weird. Because I mean, I just pulled the drive out of that computer and all right. Well, actually, given the fact that I believe this computer that maybe the 286s did something weird. I'm just gonna put a card in the computer and I'll install DOS real quick. Actually, and by install DOS real quick, I'm probably just gonna like format and sys. Oh, that might be it. Maybe I did need to do an fdisk/mbr. All right. Well, I don't want to do an fdisk/mbr to that drive. I tried normal, Chris. It didn't work. I think it's probably fdisk/mbr. I bet the 286 is probably, however it's working it, probably maybe is being less picky about what's in the master boot record than this computer. I might investigate later, but I just want to see this network card configure the boot ROM. Probably, oh, it's probably CHS. Yeah, that's probably that. Yeah, I should have probably set it to CHS. Oh, that's weird. Okay. It did seek the floppy drive. Oh, it actually may be a different problem. All right. It didn't even try to boot from my DOS 6. I saw it seek the floppy drive, but yes, compute. Okay. Okay. Either I have something misconfigured in the BIOS like really badly. Okay. Floppy drive's configured. It's not even trying to boot. Enabled, disabled. It's seeking the floppy disk, but it looks like it starts to read the disk and just stops. The card was 512 megabytes until I put another card in it. Chris is telling me pull the hard drive. Oh, hi, Curtis. I'm still fighting with this computer. I'll pull the hard drive momentarily if this doesn't start to boot, which it's not. All right. Got to see here. Okay, there's no drive in it, but I gotta do that. Okay. I mean, maybe it doesn't like the SanDisk 1 GB card. Okay. No. Nope. It's not trying to read the floppy drive. Oh, hey, I got it to go a little further in the boot process. It, no, not really. I mean, I see it light the floppy drive up to do the seek. But it's like not. It had been like not appearing to do anything with the disk at all. Although that time after I disabled the external cache, thinking that maybe the onboard there was a problem with the onboard cache, it actually read something from side 1 of the disk. There we go again. It went to side 1 of the disk. I bet there's something wrong with this motherboard. Okay. BIOS features. Well, that's interesting. I loaded the defaults and auto configuration is disabled. That could be telling. All right, let me see if it tries to boot now. If that doesn't boot, then the only other thing I can think of is this graphics card is not compatible. And it's booting PC DOS. I think the problem might have been logical because... All right, I just put the compact flash card back in. I think it is set to auto detect. Okay, this is the 1 gig card that has nothing on it. If it still tries to boot with this card, which it looks like it is starting to boot. Yeah, there must have been some bad chipset setting. I mean, for all I know, well, it's obviously okay. Well, I don't really want to wait for it to install DOS. You probably can't blame me there. So let me go grab that compact flash card that I ever so dutifully put back in the system. Also, inserting a compact flash card blind is harder than it seems. There we go. All right. Oh, I guess I can remove the image from the GoTech because I suspect it'll probably boot from the hard drive now. Yeah, there must have been a bad chipset setting. All right, let me put the network card back in. Looky there. All right, it found the card. That's good. It looks like it's the same MAC address it was showing earlier, so that's probably also a good thing. All right. Rightfully so. This is showing a conflict at C1000, which is where the VGA BIOS is going to be. And look at that. It let me set the boot ROM. Save to configuration, yes. Really change it, yes. And there we go. That was the boot ROM I was expecting to load. All right, so now Curtis Boyle says the old plug and pray method. Retrotech Chris says some PC compatibles are more compatible than other PC compatibles are compatible. True that. Can I put that on a shirt, Chris? I think that might be shirt worthy. All right, let's see if the talking Emerson will like it now. I mean, it might still not like it, but well, I think there's less. At least it's configured now. So. Actually, I should have probably held onto that card on the bench, because if this works, I bet this computer would actually be able to boot it. Jesse says, we have 2 shirt printers in this group. We're spouses of shirt makers. Well, I was probably going to start designing some shirts for on-demand print companies, because I have no desire to have to buy and keep inventory for shirts that I'm not even sure would sell, although that one probably has a better chance of selling than some of my ideas. I mean, for example, my shirts that I will probably make that will just say hashtag #JustinTime on them probably will more be less universally popular unless your name is Justin, so I don't want to have to keep too many inventory of that, but maybe the Retrotech Chris-esque statement that some PC compatibles are more compatible than other PC compatibles are compatible, That one might sell like hotcakes for all I know. And you can't see what I'm doing because I haven't bothered to change to table cam. There we go. Oh, Chris is one and I'm the other. Ah. Yes. Maybe once I get more of a predictability for shirts, then maybe I would take the route of actually buying and keeping inventory of popular shirts, because the on-demand companies take most of the cut. But I will give them that. It at least lets you try designs and see if they're popular before you have hundreds of them printed. I mean, it would be nice if I could like return a dollar or two to the channel for shirts that get sold. After all, these eBay regrets have to pay for themselves some way. Or, excuse me, potential eBay regrets. All eBay regrets are considered innocent until proven guilty in my basement. We all know that they're probably guilty of something. Retrotech Chris says, Tandy 1000 enters the chat. That might be a good shirt idea too. You know, I could also, I could make another shirt that says something like, I wasn't going to buy it, but... Maybe with a picture of a generic beige old computer on it. Jeremy says, this PC is almost ATX, and yet it's a 286. ATX was but a dream to someone at this point. Like a proto ATX, yeah. Okay, so if this boot ROM actually loads, then I expect the system will actually not boot, because this computer has done something funny to this hard drive. Or at least it won't boot from the hard drive. Well, hmm. Well, I I I don't know, but it might. It may very well have 386 instructions in it. It might also be because we had a conflict. Jeremy says his Vindex Plus board, which John so kindly resurrected, is the same form factor coincidentally. Well, I don't know who made this computer for Emerson, but it's quite possible that that may be less of a coincidence than it seems, because it could have been made by the same OEM. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think I know what the problem might have been. Jeremy says mine was made by...
Check your keyboard connection.
Keyboard's fine, thank you very much. See, it still talks. Joe says, I thought I was hallucinating for a moment. I think I might know what the problem is. This hard drive, I don't think this hard drive supports auto detect. I think that might be the problem here. It can't auto detect this hard drive. Which is why, although not really, I just happen to have this Western Digital Caviar hard drive within arm's reach. Again, not really. That's not why it was actually there. Jeremy, that BIOS does not support manual mode. It is auto mode or nothing. That is just simply a boot ROM. It has no ability to save non-volatile settings, so if your drive doesn't support auto detect, then, well, it's an older drive than it was designed to help. So, which is why I have this Western Digital Caviar hard drive. Actually, not really. The real reason is because I've been too lazy to find another spot to put it. But I have this Western Digital Caviar hard drive, and I'm pretty sure it's actually... no, Jeremy, with this boot ROM I have installed, I think you set a hard drive as type 1, and... although I could be wrong, this one might be one you set absolutely no drives. Jesse says that Seagate looks like auto detect should work. Well, it could be another problem. It could be that the Emerson BIOS is conflicting with the boot ROM here. Well, let me rule it out. Let me rule it out. If this one doesn't auto detect, which it doesn't appear to be doing, then I may need to... okay, it is jumpered correctly. I mean, I hear the drive... well, I thought it should have detected by now. Oh. It's a 214 megabyte drive. I think this one may be older than you realize. Came out of a Packard Bell. Oh, you didn't see the face of it. Yeah, okay. And to be fair, Jeremy, I think the problems I'm having with this computer are going to be present on other computers of the era, because it was the wild, wild west of computers, and there's a lot of them that did funky things in the BIOS. Don't be overly harsh on this computer, Jeremy. Oh, good night, Chris. I had hard drive type 1 set in the BIOS because some of these boot ROMs require you to set type 1 as the first hard drive so that the boot ROM can find the table in RAM. Although it does look like that was not the case, because I think it should have picked up this drive already. Also, this BIOS may require a 386. It is quite possible that it's in its scheme of auto detection, it's running a 386 instruction and crashing the computer. I can't prove that. Unfortunately, what I would need to do is find a different boot ROM, and I don't really want to pull the one out of my Emerson 386, but it's an even newer boot ROM, so if this one's having trouble on a 286 because it's a 286, then the other one really is. I think what I need to do is probably generate an XTIDE universal BIOS for this computer, because then I can use the image for the 286, and then I'll know it's not actually trying to run a 386 instruction. Because my only other option, oh, and you can't see what it's doing. My only other thing I can do is I can see if this ever prints anything out. All right, Jesse says that Seagate does auto detect in at least 486 systems. He has 2 of those drives. Ah. Okay. Well, then it comes down to the fact is I don't know if this BIOS is trying to run 386 instructions. Jeremy says that seems similar to my Vindex Plus, which was manufactured in 1989 but was using an outdated 8088 CPU. Yeah, this computer was manufactured in I'm trying to look at the chips and see if I can see a manufacturing date. Possibly 91. Because the BIOS has a copyright date to 1990. I think about 90 or 91, oh wait, the processor should have a, hold on, and the processor should have a manufacturing date stamp on it. Okay, maybe this was made in 1990. Yeah, there we go. The headland chip has a manufacturing date of 9024. I think the processor, I think it's got a 0 as the first digit on the manufacturer date, which probably puts it in 1990. There we go. The chips IO chip, I think, is 1990. Yeah, I think this was 1990. Yeah, the 386 was out in 91. So maybe this wasn't outdated when it came out, but I think PCs became a well, but if we look, Jeremy, look at the copyright date on the DTC BIOS I put in here. It's 1998. It is quite possible this BIOS is trying to run 386 instructions, and this computer ain't going to like that one bit. So, unfortunately, the thing is, I don't have a blank 27C256, or I would actually try to make an XTIDE Universal BIOS chip right now and see if it works. But I don't know what I did with my blank chips, which could mean that I actually have no blank chips at the moment, or they're buried under a pile of stuff, or I don't know. Or they're hiding in plain sight. Stuff likes to do that down here. Yeah, I think this BIOS is probably trying to do 386 things. Although I am curious enough. Okay, I'm. Alright. Alright, let me go get the XTIDE Universal BIOS. I'll have to pull this network card out, but. Alright, I'll go get the pre built binary. Release 625. Let's see here. I need. I need IDE AT. Okay. All right. I'll at least see if I can configure a BIOS. Because actually, the thing is, I'm going to need to change the network card to a 16K BIOS chip because I think 32K is new. It's too big for the XTIDE Universal BIOS. All right, let me inject these 3 files here. All right, save as IDEUB. Whoops. Save as. I wish you could set. I wish you could set WinImage to default to non-compressed images. Nope, I guess not. All right. Okay. I've got the XTIDE Universal BIOS files on a floppy image. But I need to get this computer back to where it will boot. So the easiest thing to do is to pull the network card because I want to put it back in a newer system to update the EEPROM size. Because I think I need to write it to a 27C128. which I have some. I know I've got them. It's just they're not blank. All right. They're not blank, and I think I'd have to remove the labels off of them to be able to erase them, because I bought some pulls from Jamco. All right. Here. Yep, I'm pretty sure that is the settings for that drive. Okay, that should... Okay, that should make the computer happy to boot from the drive. I guess I can skip the RAM test. I don't think the RAM has gone bad in the past couple minutes. All right. Oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, uh, that would... It's getting late. That would be why I set the geometry and the computer was acting like something was wrong with the geometry, and that's because something was wrong with the geometry I told it to use. And the thing that was wrong was I need to put the Seagate drive back in. There we go. Now that should work like a champ. Yep. Oh, is that... Hey, that looks right. Hey, that looks good. I think auto configure... So should have a 12K file now. All right, so now I've got an XT IDE Universal BIOS for this computer. Now I just need a 27C128 to program it to. All right, let me take one last look. See if... that I find odd is that I have not even found the piece of foam I had the EEPROM sitting on. Which could just simply mean that I used all of them. Although, that was the case, what did I do with the piece of foam? Alright. Oh, wait. Ah, I just realized there was a 27C 128 in my EEPROM eraser. Define working, Thomas. Would probably be my response. I did get the network card reconfigured. I had to do it on another computer. The boot ROM I stuck in it is apparently probably for 386 and later. I kind of wish the failure mode of it being the wrong boot ROM was something a bit more definitive than it just sits there and stares at you, but no, the EEPROM did not boot the IDE on this 286. I know the card is configured for the EEPROM I was trying to use. Unfortunately, I'll have to reconfigure the card to use this EEPROM. All right. So this is a AM27C128. If this chip is actually not blank, then, well, that's all I'm doing for tonight. All right, load. All right, device, blank check. Well, looks like I'm not getting out of that easily. All right. I just programmed the EEPROM with the XTIDE Universal BIOS. All right, and it verified. All right, I am going to need to put the network card back in that 486 board. Reconfigure it. All right. Well, this is the last thing I'm going to do tonight. I will take it as far as the computer is willing to go. I wish I could reconfigure this card in this computer, but there is something funky about the way this computer works. Yes, I'm off tomorrow. Otherwise, I would have stopped the stream an hour and a half ago. Give or take 30 minutes. I mean, I still may regret this tomorrow, but... All right, what's the bare minimum I need? computer that I could just like more easily program this card. But all right. All right. So I guess the way I probably should do this is unplug that drive, unplug the AT power, and unplug the floppy. Now, do I have something I can set on top of this computer? So that I can just set the motherboard on top of that non-conductive object that sits on top of this computer. Like maybe a box. Maybe the box that I unnecessarily have the 286 sitting on? Is that... Ah, that is actually a long enough box. Since I know this computer works, it won't work forever if I keep tossing things. Oh, it's not like I've never been up till 2 o'clock before. I mean, there's probably been some live streams where I probably didn't actually fall asleep until sometime past 1, and possibly it could have been 2 before I fell asleep, so... Maybe a 130 dry kludge here, but alright, let me go grab the Compaq flash card. Alright, let me double check. Alright. Okay, heatsink. Okay, it looks like everything's there, except the video cable. Oh, and the keyboard. That's kind of necessary too. Oh, and the network card. And you can't see any of that because I realized there we go. Oh, it's... Oh, well, I'm sure it will become something I do more and more, despite my best efforts not to. Oh, it would probably help if I eject the thumb drive out of my computer so I can put it back in the GoTech so that I can run the configuration utility for the network card. All right. All right. Configuration, modify, enable, 16K. Here we go. Well, thank you, 486 system. You have done your duty for YouTube and entertainment. How about you can have the rest of the night off? I think my 486 will agree to those terms because it has no choice. Because it's a 486, so it doesn't have soft power on. So it can't turn itself on sometime in the middle of the night to continue having fun. All right. Now, hopefully, I will remember where some of this goes. All right, so I got a freshly programmed EEPROM. It is the AT BIOS for the XT IDE Universal BIOS, so I know it will not have any 386 instructions in it, because ATs were 286s. So the only thing that I might have made a mistake on is the base address of the ROM. If that's the case, well, I won't be trying to fix that tonight. I mean, I'll go ahead and do the last little thing I need to program a new ROM tomorrow because I want it to be at D800. If I missed something and configured it at the wrong place, then, well, this is the last I'm doing with the system tonight. No more ROM programs. And if it doesn't work with a few different setting changes in the BIOS, then, well, that's also it for tonight. All right. Got power. I've got VGA. I've got power for the hard drive. Hard drive IDE is still connected. The GoTech is connected. The keyboard is plugged in as of now. I just realized that you can't see what I'm doing because it's that late. I forgot to switch camera views, but no need. Please check your keyboard connection. Yeah, the keyboard's fine. All right, I just put the ROM back in my controller card there. All right, I believe for this to work, I need to set that to none. Oh, okay. Maybe I need to set type 1 to at least fool the BIOS. Boot device disk. Missing operating system. Well, I believe I probably configured the BIOS in the wrong spot. Because it's not even loading the BIOS. Alright. Well, let me at least do the thing I need to do so that I can erase the chip and flash a new one tomorrow. Alright, load BIOS from file. Oh, wait a minute. Load BIOS from EEPROM. Hello. Boot settings. Well, I think this utility did detect the BIOS. Hmm. E800 16K bytes. All right. I'm going to have to admit defeat tonight. I don't think the problem is the BIOS I configured, because the XTIDE Universal BIOS program did find it when I told it to load the BIOS from the EEPROM. I bet I'm going to need to compile a custom BIOS for this computer to enable the late initialization option, because I bet this 286 Yes, I bet its security thing is preventing option ROMs from loading correctly in some cases. It is interesting that that other option ROM started to load, but not the XTIDE Universal BIOS. But that could be because this BIOS chip has the support for hooking into interrupt 13, which is how the late initialization option works. Whereas normally I think it's like interrupt 19, and those are both hex, is what an option ROM hooks into to initialize. So I'll have to compile a custom BIOS for that. They don't have a pre-made BIOS that configures that. Otherwise, I may just have to admit defeat and just be happy with a small hard drive in this computer, which I guess is also a possibility. I was hoping, though, to at least be able to get it to the point where I could share hard drives between computers via compact flash cards, but due to whatever this BIOS is doing, you can't share a compact flash card with this computer and even a modern computer because it's doing something non-standard. All right, but it does look like the BIOS chip did get programmed and this utility sees it, and that's where the mystery is going to stay for tonight. So I'd like to thank everyone for hanging out with me as long as you have, but I am starting to get tired and not feeling like swapping more hardware, plus I'm out of 27C128s, and I don't have anything that I need to recompile BIOSes on this computer because I do software compiles upstairs. So I am going to wish everyone a great rest of your evening or night, as the case may be. I hope to see you all here next time, next year, because this year is ending sooner than you think. But by the time we get to next Tuesday, we are in next year. I am leaning towards doing a Commodore stream on Tuesday, but I haven't fully committed to that. But I feel like I'm not keeping up with the Commodore. And there was one eBay purchase that I've made recently that actually I did not show during Wheel of Regret. Because even if it doesn't work, I'm not going to regret the purchase because I can probably repair it. And it is Commodore related. So I'm leaning towards a Commodore stream on Tuesday or Thursday. Haven't committed, but I'm thinking Commodore stream is going to be soon. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I hope to schedule streams very soon for next week. Yeah, but the Commodore is keeping up with me. Yes, exactly. I also will be working on my Cheap PC Challenge entry video later today after I get some sleep. So I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.